The holidays can be stressful, disruptive of routines, then lots of overindulgence in many cases, of course. So there's no better time to do something easy to manage your heart health at home, between doctor's visits, even while traveling. KardioMobile 6L is a small, medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. It records 6 lead EKGs in seconds, and it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you might be thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can afford it, because KardioMobile 6L, while recording 6 times the heart data of any smartwatch, comes at a fraction of the cost of smartwatches. And now through the end of the year, you can get KardioMobile 6L for just $109. Just go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile 6L today. With this limited time offer, there's no better time to take care of your heart and its health than this holiday season. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Hello, everyone. This is your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, with some very exciting news. Remember, my gold sneakers, they went like crazy. Everybody's talking about them. They're still talking about them. People went wild for them, and that's good. They sold out in a matter of hours. So get my new Trump sneakers and don't miss out.
Hey, everyone. Yes, you heard that right. President Donald J. Trump has released a limited number of gold low-top sneakers. These Trump sneakers won't last long. Don't miss out like last time. Don't get shut out. Go to GetTrumpSneakers.com to get your gold Trump sneakers. That's GetTrumpSneakers.com. It's an easy URL to remember. That's GetTrumpSneakers.com. See GetTrumpSneakers.com for details. Trump sneakers are not intended for investment purposes. Hurry, go now to GetTrumpSneakers.com. That's GetTrumpSneakers.com.
Paid for by 45 Footwear, LLC.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policy as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
With a new administration bringing optimism back into the nation, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for crash-proof, and it would be great for my family and my future. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor 2-to-1. That's interest credit that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. I'm glad the market's up, and I hope it continues to go up. But at some point, the market's going to come down again, and I'm guaranteed not to lose anything. We can continue on this pathway to success with crash-proof retirement.
You don't have to choose between security and opportunity. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey,
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Good morning. It's Friday, December 6th. This is the Fox News Rundown. I'm Sue Guzman. The House Ethics Committee still has its report on former Congressman Matt Gaetz under wraps. Fox's Chad Pergram reports.
The committee met today. It did not produce a report, and it is still discussing the issue. Now, Republicans say the committee should not release its probe of Gaetz since he left Congress. He's accused of drug abuse and sexual misconduct. There's a second effort to try to pry that report loose, and that is expected to fail.
And the former congressman was subject of a years-long ethics probe looking into the accusations of sexual misconduct and illicit drug use. He has denied the allegations. Another day of Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth making the rounds on Capitol Hill in an effort to save his nomination. This amid accusations of alcohol abuse and sexual misconduct.
We don't take anything for granted. We're going to earn those votes.
Sources tell Fox it's hard to gauge where Pete Hegseth's nomination is headed. Fox is told senators are feeling the pressure, but publicly, few are eager to voice full-throated support before the vetting process plays out. Yesterday, Hegseth framed the allegations of alcohol abuse, sexual misconduct, and financial mismanagement as a manufactured smear.
This will not be a process tried in the media.
But today, he's also leaning into the message that he's a changed man.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich. Some more details emerging about the suspect sought for the fatal shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York Wednesday. Fox's Alexis McAdams is there with this update.
Now I'm hearing from NYPD sources this guy was kind of like an amateur walking around New York City, showing his face to multiple security cameras and even leaving his cell phone behind at the scene. Those are all key pieces now that could help police track him down. An NYPD source tells me that this gunman came in from Atlanta, Georgia into New York City on a Greyhound bus. He was spotted checking into a New York City hostel. Sources telling us he used a fake ID to check in and paid in cash, but forgot to hide his face. Investigators tell us the person of interest went to a Starbucks before the shooting. He bought a bottle of water, finished it. He threw it in the trash can at the Starbucks. That was a big mistake because police tell me they grabbed that water bottle and some wrappers, and they're now running that for DNA.
A debate is brewing about whether President Biden should issue unprecedented preemptive pardons to certain government officials who may come under legal scrutiny. Fox's Rich Edson.
The White House has declined commenting on this story. The report says President Biden's aides are, quote, deeply concerned about officials who could or have faced Republican investigations. That sense of alarm has only accelerated since President-elect Trump's controversial selection of Kash Patel to lead the FBI. The article suggests there's concern around Senator-elect Adam Schiff, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and former Representative Republican Liz Cheney. Trump has said Cheney should go to jail for her performance on the January 6th committee. There is no evidence that any of these officials have requested a pardon. Other members of the January 6th committee say the Constitution protects them from prosecution.
The Labor Department will release the key jobs report for November this morning.
Economists polled by the Wall Street Journal are forecasting that 214,000 jobs were added during the month, up significantly from just 12,000 in October. Monthly employment figures have shown solid job creation data, aside from a weak October update that came amid hurricanes and a major strike at Boeing. The unemployment rate is predicted to tick up to 4.2% from 4.1%. The payrolls data will be a key consideration for the Fed as the central bank prepares for its next interest rate decision, which will be announced on December the 18th. Hillary Barsky, Fox News.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the voice of the people.
First thing I want to say is a shout out to you guys. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
You guys make my morning every morning. I voted Trump, my whole family. I obligate my whole family to vote Trump. I am so excited. Like, tears are coming out of my eyes. Like, it's a real thing. I love America. I love this country.
From South Jersey to Delco, from Bucks to Montco, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, we are the voice of the people. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 28th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Land Rover Range Rovers, each valued at over $150,000. Drawings take place every Saturday with grand prize drawings on November 30th and December 28th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ron Jaworski here. Have you been dreaming of a new shower to replace your slippery, ugly old tub? PJ Fitzpatrick can install a low threshold or low entry, fully customized jacuzzi shower system in just 1 day. It is surprisingly affordable and comes with a lifetime guarantee. Trust me, a happy bath makes for a happy life. Better yet, trust PJ. Visit trustpj.com to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of the fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-253-6259. 800-253-6259. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-253-6259.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Free speech lives here with Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Big news comes today at 8:30 this morning when the November jobs report's unveiled. Economists poll by the Wall Street Journal forecasting 214,000 jobs were added during the month. That would be up significantly from just 12,000 in October. But remember, October's numbers affected by Hurricanes Helene and Milton and the Boeing factory strike. Down across the board on Wall Street Thursday ahead of the jobs report. The Dow lost 248, the S&P 500 down 11. That ended a 4-day run of record closes, and the Nasdaq lost 35, ending a 3-day run of record closes. Bitcoin topped the $100,000 mark before falling back a bit. The milestone coming after President-elect Trump announced Paul Atkins as the next chair of the Securities and Exchange Commission. He's viewed as crypto-friendly. And first-time unemployment claims up by 9,000 last week to 224,000, the highest since October 19th. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The last House race to be called in this year's election, and California's 13th congressional district, is flipped by Democrat Adam Gray, beating Republican incumbent John Duarte by fewer than 200 votes. Republicans hold the White House and both houses of Congress, but House Speaker Mike Johnson will be working with, percentage-wise, the second slimmest majority ever.
220 Republicans, 215 Democrats. And when 3 of our colleagues depart in the early part of the year, joining the administration, or one resign, it'll be 217 to 215. So, yes, do the math. We have nothing to spare.
Former Congressman Matt Gaetz quit last month. President-elect Trump wants Mike Waltz as National Security Advisor and Elise Stefanik as United Nations Ambassador. And it'll be April before those seats are filled by special elections.
It means that Speaker Johnson needs to run a pretty tight ship and prevent the types of defections that we often saw from Republicans when they were in, when they were not in the majority and when they held those narrow majorities.
Fox News Radio political analyst Josh Kraushaar.
It's been a very fractious conference during the Biden administration. And the big difference, though, is when you're president, you have a lot more ability to kind of hold your party in line. Mike Johnson is likely going to be following Trump's agenda, trying to get it passed in the House. So the good news, I think, for Republicans and for Mike Johnson is that it's going to be easier to get rank and file Republicans to stay in line and to vote unanimously, pretty much what they need in the first few weeks of this Congress. Yeah. The bad news is there's no margin for error, and there are a few rebels, a few people who are mavericks who could cause the new president and Speaker Johnson a whole lot of trouble in the new year.
Yeah, at least at the very first, one single vote torpedoes anything, and then after that they'll have a little bit more leeway, but not much. I mean, even if they can keep it together. One Republican gets sick, goes to a family wedding, goes to their kid's recital, whatever it is, they might want to consider some like an award for perfect attendance in this Congress. I know Democrats have been told that it's going to be a big priority for them. You've got to be here.
Well, yes, the perfect attendance award is going to be an important one that may be offered by Speaker Johnson. Look, I think it also could suggest that maybe Donald Trump should try to win over some Democrats. There are at least a dozen, I think more than a dozen Democrats who won their elections in Trump districts. So, I mean, I think any good president, any effective politician, a lot of presidents like to claim a mandate, but the ones who actually are successful are the ones who are able to broaden their coalitions or are able to show that they can govern not just by winning over your own party, but to pick off members from the other party. So I think it would be a strong example of Trump's ability to have momentum, to actually forge a successful governing agenda that he's not just going to have to depend on the Republicans, but he can win over, 5, 10, 15 Democrats and show the popularity of what he's trying to pursue in Congress.
Yeah, there are some Democrats already saying, you know what, this Department of Government Efficiency thing isn't a terrible idea. I mean, nothing's perfect. Let's see if government can be more efficient. The co-chairs of this DOGE thing have been meeting with Republicans to sort of brainstorm and present some ideas. Eventually, though, there's going to be collisions if, things Americans actually like and want are put on a chopping block. How much do you think actually can be done to cut costs and, find whatever they might consider inefficiencies without a lot of political pain?
Well, look, cutting costs is never politically easy. It's a lot easier to give goodies, to give tax cuts, or to spend more money, which often is what we like to, what Washington does so much of. It's a lot harder for obvious reasons to cut spending, especially when it involves like an F-35, fighter airline program, where you have jobs that are dependent on it in a lot of districts and states, where you have employment that's tied into these government programs. Look, that there's a reason why the bureaucracy keeps expanding and expanding, because it's not politically easy to cut jobs, to cut spending. People get affected by that, and not in a good way. But I do think there are other things on the plate. The tax cut, extension of Donald Trump's tax cuts, and what levels they're going to be at. Some of the military spending for the foreseeable future. Foreign policy, Ukraine is a big issue on foreign policy that Congress is going to have to deal with. So those are all hot button issues where I think there are popular ways, there are broad-based positions that can win over bipartisan coalitions, and then there's more partisan ways that could easily sap your popularity and lose your mandate.
So we're now a month and a day since the election, and because you do this stuff for a living and read this stuff for a living and analyze this stuff for a living, let's talk about some of the reasons that Kamala Harris supposedly lost. We've had all these think pieces. In the end, of course, I'm sure it's just a combination of things, but just for fun, we'll go through a few, and you tell me why or why not it had anything to do with her loss. Now, two seem contradictory. She was either too woke, or she cozied up too much to the right. Or either of those fair?
Yeah, I don't think the cozying up to the. I mean, I guess Liz Cheney is who you're referring to. I don't think she did a whole lot of cozying up. Certainly didn't change her positions on any real issue where she, actually embraced conservative views or even moderate views. She, what she did do was sort of denounce some of the position, or I wouldn't even say denounce. She just distanced herself from some of the very left-wing positions she took in the 2020 presidential campaign, and tried to tonally sound more moderate. Campaigned with Liz Cheney, but Liz Cheney ended up taking more positions that Democrats usually hold, and Kamala Harris took positions that Liz Cheney has been traditionally associated with on foreign policy and national security. So, look, I think the problem is more the former, that she has always been quite progressive throughout her political career, that she was, she didn't distinguish herself as vice president. She certainly didn't distinguish herself in a way that would appeal to moderate voters. She didn't distinguish herself. She failed badly in their 2020 presidential campaign by chasing very unpopular left-wing positions. And yeah, that stuff matters. Like, I think she had a good launch when she was named, or when she emerged as the nominee, but ultimately the good vibes of the convention and the honeymoon period doesn't last forever. And when she couldn't answer questions on where she stands on policy, when she declined to do a whole lot of interviews on the front end of the campaign, that stuff came back to bite her. I mean, the other big reason, I'm sure we're going to go into it, but the fundamentals, but Joe Biden, not a popular president, the economy not seen as doing well, at least on the micro level for a whole lot of voters. So those were headwinds that she also had to face. So not only was she a poor candidate, but she also had to deal with pretty severe headwinds for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, well, there are a couple there. One idea is that, look, she was just doomed. Incumbents all over the world have been falling since the pandemic because of partially inflation and also, I guess, immigration in some countries, Germany, France now. Do you think those headwinds were just too much? I mean, she was, I guess, close enough, but could any Democrat have done better?
Yes. I mean, first of all, this was a pretty decisive loss, losing all 7 battleground states. Arizona, totally out of reach, much worse performance than anyone had expected based on the polling. Look at the Senate Democrats in the battleground states. Those 7 battleground states, Kamala Harris went 0 for 7. Didn't win a single of the 7 battleground states. In 5 of those battleground states, of those 7 battleground states, the Democrats actually were running Senate races in, and they actually won 4 out of the 5 Senate races in the battleground states. So, I mean, I think that tells you all you need to know, that Harris badly underperformed where the party was. You had Tammy Baldwin winning narrowly in Wisconsin. You had in the I guess you look at. I guess Pennsylvania was the one state where Republicans flipped, but Michigan, another state that was an open seat, where Democrats held on narrowly with Alyssa Slotkin. So you look at Arizona, and you look at Nevada, and you look at all the battleground states on the Senate side, and Democrats did quite well. So clearly they had a message, and many of them distanced themselves from the Biden administration. Many of them distanced themselves from some of the more unpopular views, progressive views that were associated with Biden and Harris, especially Harris. So I do think that, yes, there were headwinds. Yes, it was going to be tough for a Democrat who was serving under Biden to run for re-election. And there was always that challenge of how do you distance yourself from the president that you've been serving under. But we see Democrats doing well now. The House almost tied. Democrats did okay on the House side. They did okay in the Senate battleground states. It was really Kamala Harris that was the big outlier in losing badly at every one of the big battlegrounds.
President Biden's got a few weeks left now, and there's talk of him issuing these preemptive pardons for people that Democrats are worried the Trump administration could try to prosecute, like Liz Cheney, for example. I don't know what they'd go after her on criminally, but Congressman Adam Schiff or somebody like Dr. Anthony Fauci over how the pandemic was handled. Are those concerns maybe overblown, or hey, why not? He's already pardoned his son. Let's just give him out.
Well, I think what you said. I don't know what these charges would be for those names you mentioned. I think that's the gist of it, right? I mean, that I don't think if you're any of those people, you would want to pardon because it would put a shadow of suspicion over something, something that would seem illegal that you did. And I don't think if you're innocent, I mean, there are a lot of other ways to go about dealing with legal challenges or just abuse of the legal process, whether it's, having a legal defense fund or, maybe getting, I'm sure there are lawyers that would do in Washington that would do pro bono work if you're worried about having financial issues because you have to hire lawyers for some kind of lawfare in the Trump administration. So, I think the worst possible, if you're worried about that stuff, the worst possible tactic would be to give a blanket pardon because it would just create a suspicion of guilt under these individuals.
Rundown regular Fox News Radio political analyst Josh Kraushaar. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks a lot.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. 844-53-BIBLE. That's 844-53-BIBLE. 844-53-BIBLE.
Were you aware that more strokes occur between November and February than any other 4-month period in the year? The holidays can be stressful, disruptive of routines, then lots of overindulgence in many cases, of course. So there's no better time to do something easy to manage your heart health at home, between doctor's visits, even while traveling. KardioMobile 6L is a small, medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. It records 6-lead EKGs in seconds, and it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you might be thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can afford it, because KardioMobile 6L, while recording 6 times the heart data of any smartwatch, comes at a fraction of the cost of smartwatches. And now through the end of the year, you can get KardioMobile 6L for just $109. Just go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile 6L today. With this limited time offer, there's no better time to take care of your heart and its health than this holiday season. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
This football season, get yourself a win by losing. Call NJ Diet today and you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. You'll shock family during holiday get-togethers, and more importantly, your doctor should finally be able to give you good news about your blood work. Not only that, but losing weight is linked to help boosting low T. Best of all, there are no shots or nasty side effects. Call today, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Steel holiday savings are here. Find the perfect gift at your local Steel dealer or shop the Steel Holiday Gift Guide at steelusa.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. Police in New York City uncovering many more clues about the man suspected in the fatal shooting of the CEO of United Healthcare, including photos of his face without a mask and his bus trip from Atlanta.
Investigators tell us the person of interest went to a Starbucks before the shooting. He bought a bottle of water, finished it. He threw it in the trash can at the Starbucks. That was a big mistake because police tell me they grabbed that water bottle and some wrappers, and they're now running that for DNA.
Fox's Alexis McAdams, Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth, making the rounds on Capitol Hill in an effort to earn votes. He addressed allegations of impropriety and heavy drinking.
I'm a different man than I was years ago. And that's a redemption story that I think a lot of Americans appreciate. And I know from fellow vets that I've spent time with, they resonate with that as well.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It was a back-and-forth contest on Thursday Night Football between the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers, but the Lions have come out on top once again.
Play fake to the end zone. Carr, touchdown! Tim Patrick again.
Courtesy of Prime Video, Lions receiver Tim Patrick leading the way with 2 touchdowns, his first NFL score since 2021, as Detroit wins it 34-31. The Lions have clinched a playoff spot for the second year in a row and improved to 12-1 on the season. This also marks their 11th straight win, which sets a franchise record for the longest win streak. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tony Genualdo, Fox News.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Thank you for calling Penny, Pennsylvania's health insurance marketplace. How can I help?
Hi. So I was on penny.com. I know it's open enrollment for health coverage, but I'm worried about the cost and free preventative care.
Don't worry. Penny gets you the lowest cost on high-quality health coverage.
Oh, awesome. Let's get started.
Just need a little... You're worth protecting. Enroll by December 15th at penny.com. That's PENNIE.com. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars, PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgraded to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit pdqpos.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And
this Friday, December 6th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. Dawn Stenzlin with the news, Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board, Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, on a day in which our buddy Sean Farish will join us live from Nashville coming up at 8:30 this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Happy Friday. Good morning.
Friday.
Friday.
Wow, how about that? It was like in unison.
Yeah.
It was in harmony.
We are happy.
Wow. Woo. Hi, Greg.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How are you? Good morning.
I've been better. I took the Lions last night, -3.5.
Oh,
3.
Man.
Yeah.
You're correct, though, about the Eagles beating them. The last two games against the lowly Bears and the Packers were good, but they're not. They just squeaked 2 wins by in the last 2 weeks.
They got a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm calling my shot here before we even get to January.
Oh, look at you.
Uh-oh.
It's not good.
Oh, what a day we have for you as we will get to a big take as it was a big day on the Hill yesterday for Doge.
And for the Secret Service.
And for the Secret Service.
Or not for the Secret Service.
Fiery, explosive commentary.
Yikes.
Woo!
Yikes.
I'm assuming that'll be on the cut sheet.
Of course.
We'll get to that this morning. Also, updates on the United CEO murder, as well as Pete Hegseth.
Can I say this? Does it seem to you both now more and more, like I said yesterday, that this is a little too clean? Like there's a picture of his face, like a giant picture of his face. Like, come on. His cell phone was left behind, water bottle.
I know.
He stopped at Starbucks.
I know.
May or may not have used a debit card on a city bike. I mean, come on.
I mean, I have no idea if this was just completely sloppy or if this was sloppy with the intent to make it look sloppy, even though it might have been it's the I think I said yesterday after the show, they don't want it to look like a professional hit, so they intentionally make it look like an amateur, but yet it was calculated the whole way. I have no idea. I really don't.
I just feel, and the writing on the inscription on the bullets, I mean, come on, or the shell casings, come on.
Pictures, masks down now.
I just feel it's too...
I have no idea.
It's too clean.
I've given up.
Clean.
It's December 6th of 2024. It's been a long year. I have no idea what to think anymore.
The fact that they don't have him yet because there's so many... He left so many digital footprints. It's almost laughable.
Yeah. We'll kick it around. That's coming up bottom of the hour this morning. And also the fallout from this I don't even know what to classify her as. Former Washington Post journalist Taylor Lorenz, who we're going to get to her on multiple fronts, from COVID masking to also this CEO murder story. Now she's basically advocating for the execution of other CEOs in the healthcare industry.
She's a wackadoodle, man.
Detestable human being, but we'll talk about it. Also, the McRib is not all that it's cracked up to be.
The McRib?
That's right.
Wait a minute.
Speaking of Maha and making America healthy again.
Are you saying it might not be meat?
Rumor has it. Rumor has it. We'll get to that story. The LA Times, which is very much interested in returning to news-based, centrist, non-slanted reporting and opinions in journalism, getting set to launch a bias meter on all articles written on the internet.
Wow.
That could be rolling out.
There's a lot of people resigning, too, from the LA Times.
Because they failed to endorse Kamala Harris. Also, later this morning, one of the biggest COVID kooks of all time, Dr. Peter Hotez, you've seen him, weird mustache, goofy bow tie, resides in Texas. He says storms are brewing for another pandemic, just in time for a second Trump administration. What are the odds that one man could serve 2 terms and deal with 2 pandemics?
I know. Well, it's just funny that we haven't heard about this, and all of a sudden
I know. Bird flu and this Okay, we'll talk about it. You'll hear directly from him coming up a little bit later. Cut sheet loaded, Sean Farish at 8:30. And then, of course, the 9 o'clock hour on the Friday where I don't know really what we accomplished, but damn, it ain't fun.
It ain't fun.
Woo! All right, 6:05. Let's get to the news. Round number 1, the great Dawn Stensland.
Why, thank you. Good morning, Friday morning, December 6th. We're at 30 degrees, and I'll tell you when the warm-up will finally begin. Philadelphia police searching for a suspect, they say, connected to a series of armed robberies. So these holdups happened actually in October at corner stores in West and Southwest Philadelphia, as they have confirmed they believe that this is the same suspect and the same pattern happening in October, but they believe there have been others in our region as well by the same suspect. So the first one was a Haverford mini market on Haverford Avenue. The second one, Eagles Food Market on Chester Ave. And then the third happening at Vine Deli, this at a grocery store on North Simpson Street. And so in the case of all of these, this suspect, and they've released some new surveillance imaging because they believe that this is more accurate with the digital, surveillance images. So as they see it, this man poses as a shopper, walks around a bit, and then, sneaks behind the counter or toward, waiting for other customers to leave the store. And that's when the gunman, pulls out his gun and demands all the cash in the register. But they believe this suspect is gaining in his, becoming more brazen, more bold, and they're concerned that if somebody doesn't comply, that in fact, this could turn to a more dangerous situation.
Yeah, he's got an infatuation with markets, corner stores, and delis. Very interesting. Yeah, give me all your cash, a pack of cigarettes, and a pastrami now.
Well, yeah, well, in one case, it was also not just the pastrami, it was some cigars.
Oh, all right. He's a high-class thief.
Yeah, likes the cigars as well.
All right.
So we got that going on.
We'll track him down. His days are numbered.
So they're trying to get this guy. We also have some tragedy striking with those high winds. Nick Kayal, I thought of you yesterday with everything blowing around. And
my truck was swaying hard.
Yeah.
Hard on the Schuylkill. Yeah. Go figure, the one day where the Schuylkill isn't backed up and I'm able to do the speed limit and I'm shifting around like I'm driving a smart car.
Well, in this case, we have high winds suspected after 2 deadly incidents. In one case, in Roxborough, right in front of the Roxborough High School, there was a woman killed after a light pole fell on her just outside Roxborough High School, which, I don't know, I'm starting to think right outside Roxy High School is a haunted area or something, because that was the same.
Elizalde.
Nicholas Elizalde was killed there.
Right.
In a shooting. But this woman, this lady, 73 years old, just walking by and actually walking, she was getting her steps in and walking the track, had been walking the track when this huge pole, comes crashing down and injuring her, killing her. She was rushed to the hospital and they were not able to save her life.
So this week this week in the news, we've had a lady killed by a telephone pole and a lady that was swallowed alive by a sinkhole.
Yes.
This could be it, folks.
Weird.
We're down to our final days.
Then in West Whiteland Township, I'll take you there in Pennsylvania, 30-year-old woman, she died, and a 5-year-old little girl taken to the hospital after part of a tree just fell right down, crashed on her SUV. That was in Chester County, West Whiteland Township. So this happened mid-morning, South Ship Road, just north of Stonegate Court, if you're familiar with that area. And this was a large SUV. It was not some small car. And the thing was just demolished by this huge, not even the full tree. I think it was more of one of those huge branches off of a huge tree.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, she was driving a Chevy Suburban.
Wow.
That's a big vehicle.
Yes, it is.
And this huge chunk of a tree just comes crashing down, killing. And they're not saying at this point, I don't have it confirmed as to whether the 30-year-old is the mom. The 5-year-old little girl survived, but was taken to an area hospital and is being treated.
Okay.
It's just a tragic story on that one. Let's take you to some good news, and that is City Hall transformed into a winter wonderland. I don't know if you've seen this, but the annual Philadelphia Celebrates the Holidays tree lightning. So it's It's the Christmas tree right by City Hall there.
Mm-hmm.
So the big lighting ceremonies happening yesterday. 50-foot tall Tannenbaum, now glowing bright. It's on the north side of Philadelphia City Hall. It's quite beautiful. Thousands of those LED sparkly lights. And in addition to the tree, there's a lot more in the area, the Rotham Rink and the Cabin right around the corner. And then Christmas Village, Love Park. And that has about 120 vendors, a lot of them local.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of festivities.
I'd love to see
for you.
what the electric bill is for that Christmas tree at the end of the month. You
Well,
imagine
they
how
are
expensive
LED.
that must be? Oh, okay. All right.
They are LED.
Then that totally nips me.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure it's still quite an electric bill, but aren't the LED ones better?
Well, LED
Lower
as in,
energy?
Yeah.
Or something?
Yeah.
Allegedly?
No, they are lower energy. No, you're right.
But we are sponsored this morning by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. And so, come down. You could, if you want to get an in-person, maybe gift card or a little spa treatment, you plan a little day, see the Christmas tree. Go to the spa first, then go to see the lights.
Yeah, I could go for a
Do a
pedicure
little
myself
shopping.
right
Yeah?
now. Yeah, I love
Nice.
I love a good pedi. As a man, I can say that with confidence. I love a good pedicure.
Because he's a confident man.
That's right. And a
Wears
mani.
the Spanx tux.
I'll go and do a mani and a pedi right now.
Well, it's so relaxing. It's
Damn
good
right
for
it is.
you.
It's great.
So our forecast is also sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. I think you'll like the warm-up. So today, sunshine comes out, 37 degrees. Tomorrow, well, we're going to see 39 degrees as there's still some Pearl Harbor Day commemorations tomorrow.
That's right,
for your
December 7th.
Yeah. So 39, 40-ish, but still sunny. Sunday, we begin that warm-up. 50 degrees, partly mostly sunny for your Sunday. And then by next Tuesday, as Greg says Tuesday, by next Tuesday, 57 degrees.
Oh.
So we have quite a warm-up in the starting Sunday in the 50s and even kissing 60 by Tuesday, Wednesday.
It's my goal and my dream every year when I'm living in Pennsylvania to get 40s and 50s in December, January, and February.
So I've warned you, if you don't have the lights out on the outside of the house or that sort of thing, the little sparkly reindeer, Sunday is the day to get her done.
Did you guys put up your tree?
We have our tree.
Okay, is it still up on the back patio? Dawn?
It's in no. It's
It's
in the
in the
living room.
stand.
Okay, good.
It's in the stand.
How long
It's
was
opened
it?
up.
How long was it in the back on the back patio for?
Well, because you were busting my chops about it.
You did it that day.
David, he's like, David, and he's like, what do you want, Mom? So he got her done. So that was good. Well, your forecast, your news, sponsored, as I said, by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Seriously, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. So visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are always available. And especially if this is a last-minute gift, every time I give this as a gift, it's loved and envied. So do this. josephanthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13. Let's get to a Friday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
Brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. The Big Take, who let the Doge out? That is the question that Swampers on the Hill were probably wondering yesterday in Washington. The answer, Donald J. Trump. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy in D.C. on Thursday as the Department of Government Efficiency descended upon the Capitol as they begin to ramp up efforts for January 2025 to hit the ground running on day one. As we've told you, Doge has an expiration date, self-imposed, that being July 4th of 2026. And if Elon and Vivek want to be effective themselves, they have a lot of fat to trim and a lot of slashing to do with America's bloated budget in just over 19 months. But right off the top, federal employees working remotely. According to Politico, during the first meeting of the Senate Doge caucus, Republican Senator Joni Ernst, who, according to another report, is putting up huge pushback along with Lindsey Graham on the Pete Hegseth nomination, shared a 60-page report focused on reforming and removing telework and remote work policies and shedding unused or underused government offices. And did you know that 94% of federal employees do not show up in person on a full-time basis? The New York Post with a scathing report that revealed only 6% of federal workers actually show up full-time. Elon Musk saying that, quote, if you exclude security guards and maintenance personnel who show up to put in a full 40-hour week, it's actually more like 1%. And we're talking about big departments within the federal government, like the Department of Energy, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Labor, and a handful of others. House Majority Leader Mike Johnson was on Fox News with Martha McCallum, and here's what MAGA Mike had to say on just how much fat can actually be trimmed. Listen and watch this.
Understandably. But, you know, you look at the example in Argentina, Milei, there, the president, has cut 10% of the workforce. He has shuttered 13 government agencies. He's doing things that nobody thought was possible, that economists up and down said, you know, you can't do that. You can't do that. And he's doing it. Musk wants to take government agencies from 428 to 99. Can it be done?
We certainly hope so. We want to be willing partners in that, and we have a new ability to do this now. Remember, the Supreme Court overturned the Chevron doctrine, right? That's a game-changing kind of situation. Not in my lifetime, but we had the opportunity to go in and really take back control from the administrative state. For a long time, they've been acting as judge, jury, and executioner on the rules that they make on industries and small business owners and the rest. So we have the ingredients, we have the conditions right now to actually be able to make really dramatic change.
428 down to 99? Let's go. That would be a 77% reduction. And who in their right mind would be opposed to that? Well, those who would no longer benefit from stealing our tax dollars and doing a whole bunch of nothing as part of the administrative state, which Vivek calls the fourth branch of government, unelected, by the way. Some Democrats are completely on board with this, including John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Here's a report from Fox News. Listen and watch.
There is a lot of downsizing.
All right. Do we have that? Apparently not. Report from Fox News.
Of government efficiency and Vivek are helping Trump with and so on. Again,
that's Jeff Bezos. Government efficiency report, Fox News, going once. I think we had it the first time there. No? All right. Anyway, Ro Khanna, Democrat from California, also on the board. He tweeted, "I'm ready to go to work with Doge. Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, let's slash waste. I have a track record in doing so. I led the charge against TransDigm to get $16 million refunded after exposing price gouging. Let's look to the Truman Committee and ensure Americans get their money's worth with Department of Defense spending." And even a competitor of Elon Musk's is down with giving Doge a chance, that being gazillionaire Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon and the Washington Post, called out all of those who are being cynical about the concept of Doge. I believe we had Bezos before. Let's roll him right now.
I've had a lot of success in life not being cynical. And I've very rarely been taken advantage of as a result. It's happened a couple of times, but not very often. And I think that cynicism, why be cynical about that? Let's go into it hoping that the statements that have been made are correct, that this is going to be done, above board in the public interest. And if that turns out to be naive, well, then we'll see. But I actually think it's going to be great. I'm hoping.
Following their time on the Hill Thursday, reports emerged that GOP senators were, quote, very impressed with Musk, Ramaswamy, and the Doge framework. American taxpayers are having their hard-earned money thrown away and, in many cases, downright lost and unaccounted for. In this Senate report, they found the following numbers, and this is astounding, folks. Government buildings have only a 12% occupancy rate. Translation, D.C.'s a ghost town. They also revealed that $15.7 billion is spent annually on leasing these buildings that nobody is occupying. Meanwhile, the government has over 7,000 buildings that are completely vacant. Meanwhile, audits found that anywhere from 23% to 68% of federal employees working remotely are actually receiving incorrect locality pay. Translation, salary boosts. The solution? You gut this operation. You gut it fast. You gut it now. RNC co-chair Laura Trump says America is on the verge of a transformation. Listen and watch this.
If there's anyone who can take a situation like reducing our federal government, paring it back, and actually doing the right thing here, I believe it's Donald Trump. And I do think people are so excited about this. Look, over the past several years, our country has watched as our money has gone overseas to fight wars that, we don't even involve ourselves in and don't want to be involved in. Watched as we've spent, I think, Elon himself said the other day, $150 billion a year on illegal immigrants who have come here to this country. This is something the people are desperate to see happen. And I actually believe this is the time. If things happen in the way that I think so many of us are hopeful to see happen, I believe we are upon the most transformational period in our country's history, basically since our inception. Donald Trump calls it the golden age of America, but it starts with DOGE. It starts with giving the taxpayers, more for their money and not wasteful spending, not the fraud, not the abuse. I actually believe we're going to see some incredible things happen.
Okay, the golden age starts with DOGE, and those incredible things, they better happen. And I don't even need 77% of these agencies stripped down from 428 to 99. That number might be entirely too ambitious from Musk and Vivek. But if Javier Milei can do what he's doing in Argentina, Donald Trump can do that, and he can do that with ease. He's wanted to drain the swamp for a decade. Let's hope that DOGE is the great start of an agent of change that we all hope that it is. And that is the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And the Big Take this morning is brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. Get the Honda of your dreams during Happy Honda Days with financing as low as 0.9% APR on a select new model like the capable Ridgeline. Yes, that's the truck that I have. Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield online at piazzahonda.com. We'll come back, get some thoughts on what happened yesterday on the Hill and also the updates that we were talking about 25 minutes ago when it pertains to the murder of the United Healthcare CEO. It's Kayal and Company, live on a Friday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And it's Dawn. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and such care. From those custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, to the all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation, kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Put this on the calendar, kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-291-1305. That's 800-291-1305. 800-291-1305.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends from the Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back and supporting our local communities. This holiday season, Piazza is proud to partner with the Salvation Army to collect new toys for local children. Show your support by dropping off an unwrapped toy in the collection bin at your local Piazza dealership through December 16th. And while there, the Piazza staff will be happy to assist you. For more info or to shop their inventory online, visit piazzaautogroup.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt?
Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-9595. 800-885-9595. Again, that's 800-885-9595.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know that men across the country are getting their ED meds at TriRexMD.com and saving thousands of dollars? TriRexMD.com has FDA-approved ED meds and is now offering sample packs. Listen to what guys are saying about TriRexMD.com.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
I walk a little taller when I'm using the product, knowing what the results are going to be.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Visit TriRexMD.com. Your consultation is free, there's no copays, no doctor office visits, and your shipping is always free. You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TriRexMD.com with generics, if appropriate. Visit TriRexMD.com right now to get your sample pack. That's TriRexMD.com.
Listen, here's the secret to your holiday savings. Ready?
News!
You can get gifts starting at just $3.99. Toys from Disney, Mattel, Barbie, Sonic, Looney Tunes, Fisher-Price, Play-Doh, Nerf, Hot Wheels, and more. You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank. Adidas, Champion, Puma, Reebok, Converse, True Religion, DKNY, and Levi's are all at prices so low, they're basically a gift. The savings are hiding at You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
There is a lot of downsizing that Musk and Ramaswamy can get done, even without Congress, from having President-elect Trump use executive orders to axe regulations to gutting waste from federal spending. But when it comes to the dollars and cents that the federal government has at their fingertips to spend, that is up to Congress, and they are getting some backup from unlikely places. Senator Bernie Sanders saying Elon Musk is right. There are things that need to be chopped, and other Democrats are joining in too.
Ultimately, I just think that there's not a single American who thinks government's perfect, that, there's not anything that can't be changed. So I think Democrats should embrace government efficiency.
I mean, I don't know why it's controversial to eliminate waste. I think anybody could support making our government more efficient and saving whatever money that we can.
And a big part of Musk and Ramaswamy's plan is to reduce the overall size of the federal workforce. Musk this morning mentioning a report that basically says if you don't count security guards and you don't count maintenance people, less than 1% of federal workers show up into the office in person every day, 40 hours a week. That's something they want to change, and they don't think a lot of people will stick around to show up in person to work, so they think that that would significantly reduce the number of workers off the bat.
There you have it. That's how it sounded. That's how it looked on Fox News yesterday. Jared Moskowitz, Democrat, as well as John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, pointing out all of the inefficiencies of our federal government, which is entirely too large and way too inept. As we welcome you back in, Kayal and Company, live here on this Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I was really blown away yesterday, Dawn, by that Senate report with the Doge caucus. They want to go from 428 agencies down to 99, and the sheer volume of square footage that we are wasting on unoccupied offices is just astounding. Basically, nobody shows up to work. Only really, when you think about it, other than the people that clean the bathrooms and secure the facility, 99% of these people don't even ever show up to a cubicle, a desk, make a morning commute. Let me ask you this, Dawn. Do you believe that Doge can deliver on some of these lofty goals?
Doge. I do. Department of Government Efficiency.
My favorite department, hands down, because there's nothing I despise
Doge.
more than people that steal money.
Double meaning, but I love the fact that Elon Musk and our mayor, Sherelle Parker, they agree on this issue.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, the mayor was sued by that's what's going to happen. They're going to try to sue just like, on a microcosm level. If you look at what happened here in Philadelphia, Mayor Sherelle Parker walks it. I would have loved to have been a bug on that wall.
Oh, yeah.
To see her come in after that hot mess of the Kenny administration and walks in and is like, where is everybody? Oh, no, people, you're going to get to work. She did do food trucks. So when everybody came back to work, so maybe Elon and Vivek, they're billionaires. Like, maybe dole out some, Trump, get together some food trucks like Sherelle Parker did for the people who are coming to work and have a celebration like, hey, we're all back to work, whether it's 100, 300, whatever, come back to work.
Do we need food trucks?
It was nice.
Do we
It was a good idea.
And I know, honestly,
people love good food.
I know
and
we
for those
have
security workers.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, that was the big revelation, right?
Yeah. But, even here at our company, we have, this new setup where it's, very casual, like these little lounges and chairs and couches, and you no longer have, the formal sit-down across from somebody at the board meeting in the conference room. I mean, we have conference rooms, but, do we need to have all this, excessive stuff? This is a workplace, right? This is not a 5-star resort. Hey, you come to work to make a living and try to, kick ass and take names in your profession. Oh, remember Elon was saying, I like the old Elon approach of Twitter. Remember when he came in and he bought Twitter and he's like, you know what? There's a cot. We're going to put cots in here. No more Panera for lunch every day. No more manicures and pedicures on your lunch break. You're here to work.
Okay. A few things. Number one,
when do the construction workers get the food truck to come by for those guys, and the landscapers and the real men out there?
And real men get pedicures and manicures.
That's
you said
right.
that about Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. No, I think that I thought it was smart when Mayor Parker did have the food trucks because it was basically saying, everybody come and have the celebration, but we're all here now.
Oh yeah, for one day, I get that.
that
But not
was smart.
permanently.
No.
Okay.
I didn't mean. I just meant.
Oh, okay.
And I just meant for a celebration, but also I meant to celebrate the people who have, and that's just it. Much like during the pandemic, we had police officers. They could never Zoom it in. We had nurses.
Correct.
Doctors, right? Remember that here? And so Philadelphia was like a ghost town with the exception of the first responders who had to come to work every day.
Yep.
And I loved, my God, 4 years after the pandemic, and we didn't really realize until the new mayor told us here in Philadelphia that people weren't coming in, they were Zooming it in.
Mm-hmm.
For Elon Musk and the Doge group, I imagine they've been looking at the stats because you could tell when somebody zooms it in.
Oh, of course.
There's a way to then track.
Yes.
Right? What is their efficiency, proficiency?
Right.
Are they really doing the work?
Uh-huh.
And I think that's how they're coming up with these numbers.
And these other people that work at home, not necessarily perhaps in the federal government, although I'm sure it does happen. You're sitting there and you know how when you work remotely, you have to move your mouse every so often to make it seem like there's physical activity going on.
No,
your
I
computer?
read that, but I don't really So they're tracking it, but if you move the mouse,
my wife works from home for a financial company that may or may not advertise on this station, and and they literally have to have certain activity. Like if like when my daughters come home from school, the last hour and a half that my wife is working, they have to act as if my wife and their mom is not there. Like, she has to keep going. So I'm like, I might say something, hey, can you go up and grab? She goes, I have like 30 seconds. Like, she cannot be away from that computer without some sort of activity or phone activity, keyboard, mouse, or whatever. I think for more than 5 minutes at a time.
Wow.
Yeah, they are very strict.
Which
Which I think is justified. If I'm going to give you the luxury
guys,
to work from your home in your underwear,
do we do that here? There's a lot of people meandering around
I
and
know.
getting coffee and
like Bill from the B Morning Show.
No, but you know what I mean. Like, how much when you're in a physical office is there actual work getting done? Not a ton.
Look, I've always said if you can show that you are as effective, if not more, from home, I get it. I'm okay with it. Especially, like this whole workplace occupancy thing is a little antiquated for some fields, like for sales, right? I remember, now maybe it's changed, but like 17, 18 years ago when I had my first radio job full time, it was selling advertising. And they were like, we don't want to see you in the office.
Yeah.
You better be on the road making calls and going into businesses.
Yeah.
Right?
That's true.
So,
but somebody like Sharper Image, one of those companies, should make this thing like this thing you could put like the mouse on there and it would like move it around
they
or
do.
something.
Oh, they do.
They do that.
I don't know if Sharper Image makes it, but there's
somebody-
definitely a company that makes it.
There
I've
might
seen them.
and there might even be with all these modern, laptops these days. And not that this is like breaking news, but they've been around for I don't know how long, 15 years now, with a camera on the laptop. I'm sure that these supervisors could probably be able to see into your workplace through the camera.
Well, that's creepy.
Would not surprise me. Maybe it's unknowing to the employee, but
Is that how Tubin got caught?
I know. I thought
no, he
the
was
same
just getting it on Zoom.
Ew.
He didn't even care.
Yeah, he forgot that his Zoom camera was on. Oh,
What a loser.
oh.
So if you want to jump in on Doge and their first day on the Hill yesterday and some of the revelations that we learned about and found out about, you can do so. 855-839-1210. Let's get to the United Healthcare CEO story as we've got updates on this. So I'm reading this from the Express.com as new photos have emerged that unmask the alleged assassin who gunned down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on Wednesday morning outside of the New York Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. We're going to put the first side-by-side graphic up. There you have it.
Wow.
So you've got on the left.
It's so clear.
It's so clear. And now I've got a lot of observations that I noticed because I wanted to compare.
He's flirting.
The one
That's
on the
what
left,
the report is, right?
The one on the left, he almost looks female. It almost
That's
looks female.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what, so then last night I'm like, is this? Oh, I hope it's not.
People were speculating, is that a trans shooter yesterday?
I mean, if you look at that left picture, not so much on the right, but the left picture, by the way, all this on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you look on, like, that's a pretty face.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, I can say that without being that's
Hey, I like Petties and Mannies. If you want to talk about his pretty face, you knock yourself out. But, like, there's a difference here between color and black and white. And people were saying, it's a different color jacket and things like that. It is almost identical left and right. Although, I will say, on the right, it looks like, unless that's a shadow, that guy on the right has some sort of a 5 o'clock shadow beard.
It might.
On the left, I see no facial hair.
Well, and if you look at the nose too, the nose is definitely a dude nose.
Yes, that's a schnoz.
Yeah, that's a man nose.
Yes.
But it does almost look like, because the eyelashes are really thick.
I know.
In the one photo.
Yeah.
And I thought the same thing, but I didn't want to say it. It's like, oh no.
Yes.
Road Warrior is not. It's not true. It's not true.
And we're gonna get to Road Warrior in a second because he's he loves to correct everybody. So I'm gonna have to dunk on the Road Warrior in just a moment with his tweets yesterday incessantly about speculation that is way off base. But let me just give a little bit of details here. So the suspected gunman was initially described by New York officials as a light-skinned, skinny male standing about 6'1", wearing a ski mask with light brown or cream hoodie and black and white sneakers while carrying a distinct gray backpack. In the photos released that we just show by the NYPD, the alleged gunman is seen wearing what appears to be a green jacket and a black face mask around his neck. He is seen grinning in one of the photos that we just showed you right there. He is seen grinning, and it's unclear whether this was before or after the assassination. Police officials have searched a hostel in Manhattan's Upper West Side where they believe the alleged assassin is staying. According to CNN, detectives obtained a search warrant for a property in the city. NY1 reporter Ben Furherd tweeted Thursday that a worker at Comma Central Park Hostel was interviewed by the cops about the man. He said no, and the cops left after about 2 minutes.
Can you put the photo back up for 1 second, Phil? Lisa on the YouTube chat has a very good observation. He does almost look European, right? Or maybe Middle Eastern? No?
Nah, I can't really tell.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't really.
And then also look at the hands. The
Yeah.
person looks like alopecia or Band-Aids or something going on with the hands in some of the shots.
Okay. I don't see that in this
I know
one.
we're reading
Yeah.
way too much into this.
I mean, that's. I mean, we have 4 hours to kill.
Yeah.
So,
I will tell you this.
by the way,
Michael,
yeah, go ahead.
Michael, one of my sons, said to me yesterday, he goes, have you noticed how brutal people are about this and just the level of apathy to the victim here?
Yep.
It's a horrifying, shocking shooting. And I will admit to you, I had to catch myself because we were just yesterday, I was on the air, and it was actually with Dan Borowski, and I was talking about it, and he goes, yeah, so this is horrifying, disturbing video. And I stopped myself, and I said, yes, you're right, it is. But the truth is, if you look at even, and they started saying this, the headlines, how many Americans started venting about insurance companies.
Oh, yeah.
What has happened to them, and especially this insurance, which, full disclosure, this is my insurance company. And
Same here.
Yeah. And many people saying they deny about a third of the claims and horrible blah, 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 blah. And more people were venting than had any empathy for the fact that a 50-year-old man with 2 sons and although estranged wife was gunned down in on a very busy New York street.
We're going to get to specifically Taylor Lorenz in just 1 second. Sources also told ABC News that the suspect was spotted outside of the Frederick Douglass Houses, which is a public housing project, on the day of the shooting.
Yeah.
So that's interesting because usually when you're a professional hitman, you're
This
paid.
is not a professional.
Right. You're paid to get in and get out, right? Like you don't stick around, you don't show up, you're not meandering around different neighborhoods and things like that and leaving all of these footprints. Now, Road Warrior, I'm assuming this is what he is implying, although I can't verify, and I'm sure he'll let us know in the YouTube chat. Phil, throw up the second side-by-side screenshot as Road Warrior sent us this side-by-side yesterday.
I mean, come on, guys.
Now,
it's
fun. It's funny.
It's funny.
Yes. So if you look on the right, there's the suspect again with the mask down. Now, you might be saying, who's Riley Walls on the left? That was the computer whiz kid that we played for you a few days ago, who was tracking down the movement of the electric bike,
the city
where
bike.
it was bought, where it was ditched.
Yep.
I highly doubt that he's the killer.
Can you imagine, though? That would have been the greatest
be weird.
thing ever, where he was like, yeah, I was tracking this guy down, and it's actually him. I mean, come on, that is...
Road Warrior sends a tweet with it. He's like, what?
I love this. I love it. It's hysterical. He said it was just a joke.
I know.
It's hysterical. That's a funny side-by-side, though, isn't it?
It is pretty hysterical.
And by the way, the report this morning that I'm seeing was that the ID that they recovered was a fake ID
from Jersey,
and the credit cards are apparently fake as well.
And he paid in cash to the hotel.
And he had been there maybe a month ago from Atlanta. That was another report.
That's right. I read he took a bus from Atlanta to New York. Is that correct?
I'm telling you guys, he look in that right picture. He looks Middle Eastern.
I'm getting tweets saying he looks like he's Albanian.
Albanian. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, he took a bus from Georgia to New York. He's like one of the Kamala Harris's supporters that shows up at a rally that gets bussed in. Anyway, but Dawn, you mentioned the lack of empathy for the victim here.
Yeah.
And regardless of what Brian Thompson allegedly did, he didn't deserve to be executed in cold blood.
No,
He's got a wife, he's got kids, the whole bit. You talked about it as a 50-year-old. Yet here we are with Taylor Lorenz, former Washington Post reporter, and also some other people that are like celebrating the death of the health insurance CEO. This story courtesy of Outkick, where they write that United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, who was shot and killed on Wednesday in a brazen targeted attack, leaves behind a wife and 2 sons. And yet, former Washington Post reporter Taylor Lorenz appears to believe his murder is a cause for celebration. Now an active member of Blue Sky, of course she is, Lorenz first provided a post about how Blue Cross Blue Shield no longer covers anesthesia as proof of why she wants Thompson and other insurance executives to die. She then posted a photo of the Blue Cross Blue Shield CEO, Kim Keck, K-E-C-K, and what she was inferring by doing that after the murder of Thompson, only Lorenz can explain. She wasn't done, Outkick writes. Next, Lorenz shares a post from a user seemingly encouraging people to call and threaten other executives with death. They write, quote, hypothetically, would it be considered an actionable threat to start emailing other insurance CEOs a simple, you're next? Completely unrelated to current events, by the way, read the post that Lorenz promoted. And this comes off of the week in which Lorenz was also out there saying that those who question her for wearing a mask and not wearing one yourself are, quote, raw dogging in the air. She goes on to say, today we mourn the death.
Classy broad.
Yeah, real classy, right? But this is not just her. Columbia professor Anthony Zenkis, Ivy Leaguer, says, today we mourn the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, gunned down. Wait, I'm sorry. Today we mourn the deaths of the 68,000 Americans who needlessly die each year so that insurance company execs like Brian Thompson can become multi-millionaires. So we should have that conversation. I know there's a lot of articles that are being written today about health insurance companies and what a scam of an operation that they are. Okay, we can, bitch and moan and complain about insurance, which I do, and I'm sure all of you do. Co-pays, deductibles, paychecks every 2 weeks, the whole bit, right? It's a broken system, in my opinion. But I don't want to take a victory lap, and I certainly don't wish death upon CEOs.
This is the problem with social media, guys.
God.
Is that every dumb thought that pops in everybody's head, it's out there, and everybody's like, I can't believe the American people think like that. The American people don't think like that. It's 10 jagoffs that do. You know what I mean?
This is a former, I forget what she did to get fired or why she left. This is coming from a Washington Post former reporter who loves to virtue signal and tell us of the how morally right the left is, and she's rooting for death of people.
But that's horrible.
Oh, it's awful.
That's horrible that she did that, and I'm amazed that she's still on X. I thought you got kicked off for death threats.
Well, she's now on Blue Sky.
Or Blue Sky.
Where there's no remember, nobody's rude on Blue Sky.
They just wish the death and put pictures for CEOs. Yeah. They put a hit out on somebody, and that's okay.
Publicly posting another CEO's picture.
Yeah, well.
That poor lady Kim.
But I'm going to push back and say this, and that's part of my conversation and this was this year, if you guys even remember me talking about it. So the doctor changed Michael's, and he's a relatively new diagnosis, type 1 diabetes. He's been through hell, and they change some of the insulin, which is life-saving. He'd die without it, right? And so the pharmacy is pushing back the insurance. They say the insurance company, I'm going around and around. I didn't sleep. It was so stressful. Mm-hmm. I felt rage. And I have the longest fuse. Yeah. It's like my dad's side of the family. the Swedes and the Norwegians, the Scandinavians, like they'd never get angry. Mm-hmm. I felt rage.
Yeah.
Because now you're messing with something that's messing with my kid.
Oh, yeah.
And he can't sleep and he's sick and it was just horrifying. And so, and he doesn't have like some kind of leukemia or cancer. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even imagine what those families feel like when they're fighting an insurance company and their kids in the hospital or their loved ones in the hospital. And that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's real. And so for all of these millions of Americans, I know that it's morbid, but if you look online, these are not just trolls on social media. These are people, saying, and I don't think of course, they're not condoning a horrible action such as this, but I think what they are revealing is that tens of millions of Americans have felt or do feel rage and downright hatred for some of these insurance companies that, by the way, have a monopoly. And that's why this company in particular was being investigated
by the DOJ.
By the federal government, because they've created monopolies whereby they've ruined the marketplace. There is not a competitive marketplace, and we all suffer, and people die because of it.
Yeah, trust me, I have a major disdain for insurance companies. I hate the fact that some of these things they will sit there and tell you is deemed not medically necessary. When you got somebody that's dealing with a disease or a condition and it's painful, and these insurance companies come back and they decline it and say, no, you know what, you're sorry. If you want that done, it's going to be full price out of pocket. And then just think about it. Have you ever had an MRI done? You know what an MRI costs without insurance?
Yeah.
Thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
To go in there and get a headache, and it sounds like they're drilling a construction site above your head.
Again, sometimes it takes stuff like this to have this conversation, and I'm glad that we are having it in the circumstances that happened is unfortunate, but I'm glad that we're having this conversation. It's the same thing with big food. You know what I mean? Like, if it's going to take RFK Jr. and his nutty thoughts about whatever to bring forth that conversation, I'm all for it. So again, Dawn is 100% correct. These insurance, a lot of them, in my opinion, are crooks. But we have to change the system ourselves.
That's right.
And
and get rid of the lobbyists.
Yes. But once that conversation is being had, it's a good thing, in my opinion.
All the lobbyists, the red tape, these bureaucrats, as Vivek says, the administrative state, the fourth branch of government. Get all these people the hell out. I'm tired of them muddying up the waters and making things far more expensive and tedious.
Yeah.
I mean, to your point, Dawn, you talk about going through these insurance things and you jump through 50 hoops and you call your insurance company and then you talk to the doctor and then you're sent to billing. And it's like by the time you finally get to the person where hopefully you get the right answer, you're already in a fit of rage. And you haven't even gotten the answer you're searching for yet, right?
Yeah, and you're sitting on hold. You're trying to get through.
My God.
But then they also, there is, and this goes to the lobbyists and the politicians, because when you have these huge conglomerates like United Healthcare, for example, then they'll tell you, well, we have this concierge service that's a middleman that's allowed to kind of help you, to maneuver through the system. What they don't tell you is that so-called concierge service does not have the higher standards that a healthcare company has. So that means that that middleman is the loophole in the law that allows those doctors or those people who recommend to get their vig, as Yoli always says, to get their cut.
Of course.
And to make an extra profit. And so that's something that needs to be cut out. And that's the kind of thing that only the legislation and the lawmakers can do. So I hope that when we look at DOJ, they take a look at the insurance industry.
Yeah, I agree.
And as well as the pharmaceuticals, as well as the lobbyists who lobby the lawmakers, because that's how these loopholes happen, right?
Yep.
And only the lawmakers can allow it.
Yeah, you're right. And, we talk about all of these life or death situations, but what about just the routine medical stuff as well? My daughter, Mia, had a little bit of a wart on her kneecap. So we tried the over-the-counter stuff, like with a little freeze pump thing to get it to go away. So eventually I book an appointment for a dermatologist down the road, and we go. And, she gets it shaved off. She's in and out in 5 minutes, and they pull out the big nitrogen tank, and they blast it with the freeze. And they say, come back in 30 days. We had met our deductible, then there was a copay. And then they billed us improperly with the wrong code. And I get a statement in the mail, and it says, you owe $4,322. I'm like, for a wart the size of a booger on my daughter's knee? And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I called and I waited on hold for like 28 minutes. They're like, oh, yeah, we entered the wrong code. It's actually $43 and whatever. And I'm like, I looked at my wife. I'm like, this is what's going to cause Daddy to have a heart attack. This is why I will be gone at 61.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. By the way, getting warts removed at the dermatologist. If you like that kind of gross stuff, what a sight. My daughter was petrified. She's holding my hand. She's like, it's not going to hurt. And I'm like, no, they're going to give you a little numbing medicine and they'll slice that bad. But I'll tell you what, if it was $4,300, I would have just taken it off with a steak knife myself.
Hang on, Daddy's here. He has the steak knife.
Daddy's got the steak knife.
Take it
Close
right
your
off
eyes.
for you. Yeah.
Look the other way.
Yeah.
By the
There
way,
we go.
pure tea tree oil.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm serious. Keep putting it on there. It'll get rid of something like a wart.
Yeah.
Tea tree oil.
Or a steak knife.
Or steak knife. Holistic care with Dawn Stenslund. Saving you money and giving you peace of mind. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to hour number 2 of the news, and then we will get to a couple of stories before we get to the cut sheet, including one of the top virologists that you probably saw way too much of during the pandemic. He's got doom and gloom ahead. It's Kayal and Company, hour 2 on the way.
You know, I feel like I have my knight in shining armor everywhere I go. I was out and about even till last night, and I was so thankful that I have DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro, the VPN. It's a secure connection anytime, anywhere, and you get full device protection with that VPN built right in there, and it provides speed, simplicity, and for sure, it provides security. And that's just one of the 3, I'll call them the big 3 of DuckDuckGo, because the idea of being followed or tracked, it absolutely gives me the weebie-jeebies, especially this time of year. We hear about all of these different hackers and scammers, right? And all of these, especially during the holidays, all of these warnings going out makes me even more grateful for DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro. And so here's why you need to try it out for a month. In a moment, I'll tell you about this free trial that we're able to offer you for 30 days. And after you try it, I'm pretty sure you're going to subscribe, because it provides the VPN, like I said. It also provides the personal information removal. This is pretty amazing. And so it's going to find and remove those personal details that are out there, like your name, your address. In one case, there was one site had my cell phone and my social security number. And so it's going to remove those kinds of, pieces of critical information. By the way, those that find it and store it, they actually can sell it. And so this is going to help to combat identity theft and all the spam. And by the way, identity theft restoration, that's number 3 with DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro. If you've ever been identity thefted, and this has happened to me twice in my life, what a nightmare. So if your identity is stolen, God forbid, a specialist with DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro is going to help you restore those stolen accounts, help to recover your financial losses, and then help you correct your credit report. I sure wish I had DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro back during those 2 times that I was identity thefted. This is important stuff, and you don't want to miss out on this opportunity for a 30-day free trial. This is why I love DuckDuckGo. So get a 30-day free trial, DuckDuckGo.com/1210, 30-day free trial. Then, after the 30 days, after you're loving it, you pay $9.99 a month. Do this. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
6 o'clock hour brought to you by Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready holiday sales event is here. See Dino Rucci and his team for discounts and rebates of up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000 for details. Check your savings at winterford.com. That's winter, WINNER, Ford.com, winterford.com. Thank you for sponsoring the 6 a.m. hour.
Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. It's guaranteed perfection in every single bite. And right now, you can save on unforgettable gifts with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver that perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages featuring gourmet favorites. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide for a limited time at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com. That's omahasteaks.com. And an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
Hey, radio listeners, don't miss the Legacy Box Cyber Week sale going on now.
You've heard about Legacy Box all year long.
And with our Cyber Week sale, now is the time to take advantage of our best sale of the year. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right. It's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry, our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
Alan Iverson, Joel and Bean.
My dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. It's amazing.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd. Tickets to a Conklin show make great holiday gifts. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Hour number 2 on a Friday morning. The weekend upon us. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish live from Nashville coming up at 8:30. The cut sheet on the way at 7:45. And Dawn's news coming up in just one moment. Well, let's grab a call here at 855-839-1210. Nadine is in Phoenixville, and she has some thoughts on the insurance conversations we were just having. Nadine, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. How are you?
We are well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Happy Friday, right?
Yeah.
So I just wanted, a lot of people don't know this. I used to work for Aetna. So Aetna and CVS are sister companies. CVS has a infusion company, so I used to work for them. The insurance company, what a lot of people don't know is with Aetna, you have to go to CVS to purchase your medications. So it's kind of like a, backdoor situation where CVS and Aetna are sister companies. So they're getting money both ways, through the insurance and through CVS.
Right. Pharmacy plus, the insurance connection. Yep.
Exactly. And then a lot of people also don't know that doctors and nurses aren't the ones that decide on the certifications and the approvals and stuff.
Right.
So they're just the I don't want to say the administrative assistants or receptionists or whatever. Goes a little higher than that.
Sure.
But whoever's behind the keyboard that gets that in, they're the ones that decide on whether, like for instance, Dawn's son, whether he's going to be able to get that medication for his diabetes. They're the ones that are going to decide whether or not that MRI is actually necessary for your diagnosis, stuff like that.
Yep. It's frustrating that it comes down to, perhaps one person at a desk or in a cubicle that makes those decisions to tell you, the person that's not only experiencing the symptoms and the pain, but you're the customer. You're the one paying these people's salaries, and then they tell you what's acceptable and what's not.
Exactly. And then the other thing that the CEO of CVS and definitely CVS. I don't know if it's Aetna as well, but she makes money. She was on the Forbes, I want to say top 10 women over probably about 5 years back. She was making millions and millions of dollars. And you're like, okay, well, can I get a raise maybe?
Yeah.
So
right. Well, Nadine, thank you.
We don't have them in the budget.
Yeah, it's not in the budget. And then all of a sudden they get these bonuses, and it's a whole different thing. Nadine, thank you so much for the call. We appreciate the insight.
Oh, thanks. You guys have a great Friday.
You too. There she is, Nadine in Phoenixville. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:08. Very triggered by the insurance companies.
Yes.
On Stensland.
Yeah, and we have some important follow-ups today as well that we'll get to. Kayal Company News Live, this morning edition, as we talk about 28 degrees, mostly cloudy, but I will tell you when a big warm-up that you're going to love is on the way here. So that's in the forecast. We are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds. So in the news and under investigation, these 2 tragedies that appear to be as a result of the high winds, up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, that happened yesterday, and 2 women in 2 different incidents were killed because of that. I will say that in one, this was just outside, it was actually on the property of Roxborough High School, where all light poles are being inspected at the track, not just in Roxy, but as well throughout the entire school district of Philadelphia. This after this huge light pole on the property of the school just came crashing down, striking and killing a 73-year-old lady who was getting her steps in the well, it was around lunchtime actually, just getting her steps in, walking around the track, and this huge light pole comes crashing down. They rush her to the hospital. They were not able to save her life. And so at this point, a letter did go home to the Roxborough High School students notifying parents about the incident. And now today, the follow-up here, because it's still pretty windy outside, not as much as yesterday, but throughout the city of Philadelphia, they're inspecting all light poles to make sure they weren't compromised. But to prevent another possible tragedy.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys track your steps? Do you have any device that tracks your movement throughout the day?
Sure.
I have a Fitbit.
Oh, that's right. Yes, we did talk about that a couple days ago.
It's great. Not only does it do steps, it shows your heart rate,
calories,
all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's absolutely shows your sleep score. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like how well you slept the night before.
Would you get a 7 out of 10?
I had an 80.
80?
Wow.
Last night, yeah.
So that used to be a B.
Nice.
That was a B back in my day. Is that still a B or is that a C now, Dawn?
I love it. And then we had still under investigation the case in West Whiteland Township, and that's where a lady, presumably the mom, 30-year-old woman, driving a big Chevy Suburban with a 5-year-old little girl in the back and a car seat. Huge tree comes down. This is Chester County. Huge tree comes down, crashing on the SUV. The 5-year-old little girl, she's in the hospital, but she survived, thank God. But the 30-year-old woman was killed in that situation. That's the latest. That's still under investigation. And another follow-up that we want to talk about is we've talked about a lot about these so-called, these crime tourists, as they've been called, people who come to this country, and maybe they come illegally in the first place, or maybe they come to the country on some kind of a work visa, where they come in, but then that's only a temporary visa, and then they kind of get lost in the country, let's say. And we're seeing this more and more. And kudos to the Philadelphia Inquirer. They have an article about it today following up on something that we broke here in Kayal and Company as far as that case in Abington, where in Abington they were able to confirm that these are really either cartels or these individuals who are groups of illegals who are also believed to be, criminal rings, crime rings coming here.
Have you noticed, too, with all the reporting that you've done, that it's been Abington, it's been the main line, it's been Montgomery County? I don't recall you giving these stories in any of the other collar counties. It seems like it's very focused and centralized on Montgomery County, if I'm thinking of this correctly.
It's wherever they'll give us the information. It's from the sources I have, it's happening everywhere, Nick.
Okay.
It just depends on whether that police department wants to stick their neck out and say, yes, these individuals have an expired work visa or they came here illegally.
Yeah.
Because most, and I'm not even getting into politics, most just don't want to deal with the backlash, the political backlash of saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
But from all accounts, this is across the region. And that's why I think this is a significant breakthrough that, the headline in the Philadelphia Inquirer, and I always want to give credit where credit's due, they investigated this across the region, and they said these serial burglaries targeting homes from Gladwin to Fishtown, part of a trend of these crime tourists, according to police. So from Levittown, I mean, I've talked about them in isolated situations, but they're putting it together in one article, and I just want to give credit where credit's due. But this after Lower Merion Township Police has issued a warrant for a 39-year-old man who they say is believed to be one of these serial burglars who's been striking from Bucks County, Philadelphia, and beyond.
Yeah.
And so they're putting out that information. I just think it's significant that he's identified by police as Eric Gomez, 39 years old. They've issued a warrant for him. So in other words, he was already on parole, and he was already here, I guess, on an expired visa or something of that nature.
I love how you framed it, and these officers have to view it as sticking their neck out there for publicly saying something is against the law, or we need to really act on something that is a total hindrance to society. Maybe we should have Tom Homan spend a month looking around Montgomery County. I think Tom Homan might be able to clear things up real quick.
Well, I think, to your point, if ICE can come in and not get political with it, but just say, we're focusing in on criminals, known criminals in your community, who, by the way, the first people they're going to prey upon are, in fact, the Hispanic or immigrant community.
Mhm.
Those are the first victims.
Yeah.
So let's get the criminal element out.
Right.
If they just can focus on that, I think I know that police departments will work with them.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
But it has been so politicized. And to your point, Nick, why are criminals, why should it ever be politicized?
Exactly.
It's
right versus wrong, good versus bad.
gosh. It's just crazy time. Yeah. But I did want to say they have a warrant out. They know they believe they know who this one suspect is, and I think they're onto it. So kudos for the Philadelphia Inquirer for putting that out there.
Good.
I talked about the tree lighting last night. So Philadelphia is officially in the holiday spirit with the big tree lighting, a lot of festivities going on. I know in my community in Chestnut Hill, we've got our big holiday parade that is wonderful. That takes place tomorrow morning. But I will point out to you that President-elect Donald J. Trump, he received the honor at the Fox Nation Patriot Awards. He's Patriot of the Year.
Did you
Shocking.
see?
Shocking they gave it to him.
I really thought it was going to be somebody else.
Oh, my God. It was a nail biter there.
I mean, when you get shot in the head, I think it's a lock that you win it. Did you see Sean Hannity wearing the McDonald's vest?
Yes.
Dude, I got to have a conversation with that guy. Like, yo, enough.
He's still relevant.
It's just enough. How many markets is your show on these days?
That's all right.
So Lee Greenwood was there singing God Bless the USA.
Beautiful rendition.
Entrance song. I love it.
Yeah.
And Trump then gave a speech reflecting on his campaign, obviously, for the White House, and argued that the country's already seeing the fruits of his victory against the current administration.
By the way, you said Philadelphia in the Christmas spirit.
Yeah?
I have to make an admission here on the show.
What?
For the first time yesterday for this holiday season, I tuned into a little Christmas music.
Ugh.
Good.
Yeah, I did. Yep. Got about 3 songs, 10 minutes worth. Got my fix.
What'd you hear?
Oh, it's a great question. It wasn't the typical Wham and Mariah Carey and, God, I heard Michael Bublé. And which is, by the way, it's just painful.
Oh, come on.
But there were some other ones that I heard. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but I was feeling it. I was.
We were listening to our sister station, B101. I was in the
Well,
car with the
that's what I was
boys, and
listening,
we started singing. It's just nice.
I dropped the girls off at dance at like 5:07, and so I popped on our station, and so I didn't want to say the station because of Zioli's going to get mad that I'm listening to B101 and not him at 5:08, but yeah.
Well, I'm sure you had it on the Odyssey app.
Oh, of course. Yes.
So you can listen to other things.
Yes, I listened to the first 2 hours and 6 minutes.
So our forecast for today, we dropped down a little bit, if you notice that, but it's chilly, windy today, not as windy as yesterday. Sunshine with a few clouds, and yes, the winds we will see earlier in the day part. We'll still see up to 30-mile-an-hour winds for the first half of the day, but then that'll die down after maybe 2 p.m.-ish, thank goodness, with a high of just 37 today. Tomorrow for your Saturday, partly sunny, 39 degrees, so still quite chilly and below the averages. Sunday, I guess this is in honor of the Philadelphia Eagles, game, Eagles. So,
the Eagles!
Yeah, there you go, 50 degrees for your Sunday. So we'll see some glimpses of sun, mostly cloudy, but very mild, 50 degrees. And then we continue that mild trend through the early part of next week. So by 55 by Tuesday. So we'll continue the 50s Sunday, Monday into Tuesday. Tuesday's 57 degrees, Wednesday 55 degrees.
All right.
So a nice warm stretch. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds, as I said. The holidays are coming. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blind, shades, shutters, custom drapery, motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. Get your free in-home consultation. And Budget Blinds has the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Schedule your holiday consultation. Ask about their special radio offer. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. The cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Before we get there, around the bottom of the hour, we will get to this incredible story about sniffing out bias in the media, a fascinating concept that is on the way as soon as 2025, and we'll do that coming up shortly. But just to wrap up here, I said to, when we were teasing some of the stuff early in the show, McDonald's fans, you're in for a rude awakening if you love the McRib, which I know many, many people do. I think actually Sean Farish is a fan of the McRib. Maybe he'll have some thoughts on this as Donald Trump coming up at 8:30. But according to a story from the Daily Mail, that McDonald's fans were shocked at what a McRib is actually really made of. And I'm not really surprised. I'm shocked that people are surprised that it's not real rib meat.
By the way, thank you, Kayal. It's when you get any of the stuff like chicken nuggets or anything, that's not it's not real.
No.
Well,
it's real. It's just
how many times is like chicken nuggets or tenders considered like they call it rib meat, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's from somewhere on a chicken.
It's like all the odds and ends that you would never want to eat.
That's what they should call it, Nick. Odds and ends.
The odds and ends. Yeah, the scraps.
Beaks and a-holes.
Beaks and a-holes. So the Daily Mail.
The great outdoors. Come on.
That's correct.
Sorry.
The McRib, which is the seasoned boneless pork dipped in tangy barbecue sauce and topped with chopped onions and pickles, which is really, I think, the only way to eat a pork sandwich, unless you want to throw some coleslaw on there, makes sporadic and limited time returns to the fast food chain's menu. It's built up quite the cult following over the years, and it returned on November 29th, and many people were very fired up about it, although they have now realized that the meaty treat is made of pork, but it's not actually a rib cut, but it's actually the pork shoulder. Which I don't really think, people have had pork shoulder.
That's what I make pulled pork out of, I think.
Right.
Pork,
when you go
butter,
to your Acme or whatever,
pork shoulder,
you get a pork butter or pork shoulder.
Yep.
You put it in a cooker or whatever, boom. And now people are having meltdowns. One person saying it's basically spam. Another person saying, I hate the McRib. It's the hideous taste of the thing that I can't understand why people obsess over. However, others are saying, and we've been on a big health kick this week talking about Make America Healthy again this week with Bobby Kennedy and big takes like that. A lot of people saying, I really don't care what's in it. If it's not going to make me sick and it tastes good, what's the big deal? I'll have another.
They should basically, then they shouldn't call it the McRib. They should call it like a McPulled pork sandwich or something. You know what I mean? Like, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. But they've got to throw the Mick thing on everything, as they like to do with branding. And then one person says, this does not affect my opinion of the McRib at all.
No, it
McRibs have always been awesome.
But some religions don't eat, many major.
Middle East, right?
If you're Jewish or Muslim, you're not going to eat pork. And so I didn't know that, so I hope that they just, disclose it to people.
My biggest surprise was that the McRib actually debuted in 1982. The McRib's actually been around for 42 years.
That shocked me.
That's the shocking part of the story, in my opinion.
I thought it was like a 90s thing.
No.
Me too.
It started in 82. It dipped in 85 after low sales. It returned in 89. And it was around until 2005 before making a disappearing.
They've done a really good job. McDonald's has done a really good job of putting it on the menu, taking it off the menu, putting it on the menu, taking it off the menu. They tease you. They tease you with it, and then when it comes back, they have this grand it's back, ladies and gentlemen. They do a very good job of marketing it. I think that's all it is. I think if you go to any of these regular barbecue joints, you know what I mean? They're 300 times better than the McRib.
Of course.
But McDonald's does such a great job of marketing it that it makes you want to have it. So I need to have the McRib, and then you eat it, and you're like, God, this is terrible.
Oh, yeah.
They said it's consists of restructured meat products like heart, tripe, and scalded stomach of a pig.
There we go. That's the stomach of a pig.
Yeah.
Nice.
The McScalded stomach.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Trump with a hostage video with Bobby Kennedy tied down to a table being forced to eat a McRib.
Well, it's like Scrapple.
Yeah.
It's basically like they should make a McScrapple. That's basically what it is.
You like Scrapple? If
Yeah.
you're ever at a breakfast joint, you get a little
Sure.
scrapple?
Absolutely.
Nice and crispy?
It's
Yeah.
delicious.
Damn right it is. 855-839-1210, the number. We'll come back. Big story in media bias. I know I did a big take yesterday on media bias by omission, as Dawn likes to talk about a lot, as well as censorship. But the LA Times, after rejecting Kamala Harris via a presidential endorsement with their current owner, now wants to snuff out the bias and let you know how biased said article is. New technology on the way in media. We'll discuss that on the other side. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I just received the official word from Ken Chase from Conservative Tours and actually Dave Dorenzo. They said the Italy trip, and this is the Italian Riviera this spring. This trip is we're almost complete here. We're packed. And so I've been warning you, it's been filling up. So this is your last chance. As you know, I've fallen in love again with Italia. I do know why, and if you joined me last year in Italy, you know why. Italy is the most revisited country in the world. So I really hope you join me next spring on the Italian Riviera. Lorenzo and Romina, yes, they're back with us once again. Conservative Tours crafting this incredible itinerary that's sure to enchant us. Tuscany, the Riviera, the northern Italian lakes region, Cinque Terre, and dining events you're going to write home about. $53.78, yes, that includes your airfare, Pisa, Michelangelo's Florence, and the fashion capital of Milan. Call toll-free 888-733-9494, or you can just go to conservativetours.com. Luxury hotels, a Mercedes coach, a tour leader who, of course, is absolutely the best. That is Conservative Tours in Italy. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Charming Siena, home to Il Palio. The medieval Manhattan, San Gimignano. Modena, Lake Como, Vernaggia. I could go on and on about this. Join me next spring in Italy. Last call here. I'll see you in Portofino, conservativetours.com. You've got to book today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 2/20? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com to get your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility in minutes. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I'd gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now with your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility for coverage in minutes at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-291-1305. That's 800-291-1305. 800-291-1305.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
It's officially the merry season, and B101, Philly's official Christmas station, is your home for holiday music. Spinning the biggest and best festive tracks all day long, now through Christmas Day. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Get your holiday fix on the radio at 101.1 FM. Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly, or listen on the go with the free Odyssey app.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company as we roll on Friday morning. The cut sheet right around the corner. 1 hour from now, Sean Farish live from Tennessee. And then the 9 o'clock hour where we descend upon controlled chaos. Although that controlled chaos might start with the great Donald J. Trump when he joins us in exactly 56 minutes from now. He's going to apparently Farish is working on a new Christmas jingle as Trump.
Oh, my God.
Will he debut it here?
He said he might tease
Fun.
it here.
Tease it here.
Yeah,
Okay.
he might
All right,
tease it
good,
here.
Good.
I think he should debut it here.
I agree, but,
What does he think he is, the McRib with McDonald's where he just comes and goes?
He's not my employee, so I can't order him to.
That's true. That's very true. 855-839-1210. I think this might be one of the most fascinating stories of the day because we talk a lot about media and media bias and the way the left covers things, the way the right covers things. And the Hollywood Reporter with an interesting story where they talk about this new bias meter that the Los Angeles Times owner is going to create.
The bias meter.
The bias meter.
I
You know,
love it.
Dawn, this could be a very profitable thing. I think he should give you a cut of this because you talk about bias all the time. And they write, weeks after scrapping a presidential endorsement of Kamala Harris.
How dare they?
Well, that's you take it up with them, Kamala. I don't make the rules here. That has been prepped by his editorial board. The owner of the LA Times says that his product team is working on a new tech-driven bias meter to add to articles on the paper's website as soon as next year, which I actually think that every publication, major ones that can afford this, Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, USA Today, you name it, the Inquirer, they should all do this.
Doesn't Newsweek, there is some kind of somebody does have a meter.
Yeah, there's probably some national publication, which maybe Newsweek ought to do it to themselves because their bias is certainly in one direction. The idea, as Dr. Patrick Soon-Shong presented, sounds like a module that presents multiple viewpoints on a particular news item, as well as allowing for some versions of comments to be integrated. And it marks the latest signal from the billionaire that he plans to reshape the Times as the second Trump administration gears up and after the exits of multiple edit board members following the lack of endorsement for Kamala Harris. Remember, we covered this, weeks and weeks ago about all these people leaving newspapers that failed to endorse Kamala Harris. And Scott Jennings, Republican that you see on CNN, is going to be involved with this. He says, imagine if you now take, whether it be news or opinion, and you have a bias meter. Whether news or opinion, more like the opinion or the voices, you have a bias meter so somebody can understand as a reader that the source of the article has some level of bias. They also go on to talk about what we need to do is not have what we call confirmation bias, and then that story automatically, the reader can press a button and get both sides of the exact same story based on that story. They hope to launch this as soon as January. Jennings, who said, quote, we're talking about a fusion of content created by journalists and technology that you're developing that will give readers a more well-rounded opinion or complete view of a story.
Question from the audience here, meaning me. So if you write an article that says the sky is red, then there's something you can click on there that says the sky is actually blue?
Correct. Now, this would be under the umbrella of the LA Times, but I would imagine this will be copycatted.
The sky's actually not blue. We just see it as blue.
Right.
I'm sorry. But... Okay, so there's something in there that's almost like a footnote.
And think about this. I tried to visualize this as, remember we were playing the clips of like Ask Alexa where there was bias infused into it, where, somebody's in their kitchen and they say, is Donald Trump a good human being? And you get one answer. And then you say, is Joe Biden a good person? And you get a completely different answer. And remember, some of them were like, I can't really comment on this. And then you ask about Joe Biden, and it's, well, Joe Biden has been a loving father, and blah, 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 blah. And you're like, oh, my God, and you start rolling your eyes. That's what I envision with this.
Don't we already have, that's basically what the community notes are on Twitter, right?
True.
Yes. Twitter kind of already has this.
Yeah, fact-checking. This is just fact-checking, right?
I don't think that it's fact-checking because that would imply whether or not something is true or false. I think these are more like opinion columns where you can, and I don't think you really need this technology because if it's in the LA Times or if it's in the Washington Post, 99 out of 100 times, unless it's a conservative columnist that they employ to, represent some semblance of balance, the slant that's going to be put on this from Jump Street. Although, I do think this would be interesting because if you click on that button and you find out that it's actually, because we live in this day and age where nobody has an attention span. And as soon as you see something from the New York Times, or on the other side, as soon as you see something from Fox News, you just assume it's one way or the other. But what if you didn't take the time to actually click on it and read it and consume the context of the article and the content of it, and maybe you totally missed the boat on it? Fox News might put out something, you think automatically it's right-wing. Well, what if it's written by Jessica Tarlov? She's a liberal, and you didn't take the time to actually read the article. I actually think this is fascinating. I'm going to play around with this. I like playing around with things, as we've established on this show.
I've heard that about
270towin.com.
Yeah.
Remember when I was playing around with the map?
Yep.
What do you think about this, Dawn? You're the biased doctor.
I think the truth is it depends on their algorithm or how they're going to do this, because what I think when I look at something and I see the bias, am I going to see the same thing that somebody at the LA Times sees?
Well, you're actually like a bias button from a human standpoint. Greg was reading the article from the Associated Press yesterday that he cited. You immediately sniffed out the bias with just one word in the wording.
Yes, it's all in the way that they word it or what they bias by omission, what they're leaving out.
What they leave out.
And that's not even about an op-ed. That's just horrible. Because there are more than two sides to the story.
Of course.
So why not just do your job?
I agree.
And report on every which way you can look at this.
Yes.
You
By the way, speaking of bias in the media, the Associated Press got absolutely destroyed a day or two ago for a story that they did a bunch of investigative reporting. Remember the story we had in Memphis, Tennessee, with the guy that got jacked up by the gang unit police officers that had a history of brutality?
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
So they did a deep dive on police brutality in Memphis, and they concluded that the police in Memphis, in the headline and in the story, and I read the story, shows an unbelievable amount of aggression towards black criminals in Memphis. What they failed to put in the entire story, and I read the full thing, is the overwhelming majority of police officers in Memphis happen to be black. And that was not in the story. So you talk about what they put in or what they leave out. If you don't know the demographics of the law enforcement staff in Memphis, you might just assume that this is white cop assaulting black suspect or criminal, when in reality they realized that the Memphis Police Department has a terrible history of this and it's still ongoing, and it's black cops assaulting black criminals or suspects. And it was not in the story. And you can research and you can pull up the Memphis Police Department and see the demographics of everybody that they employ, and it's staggering. And they give you, and of course, the Associated Press is one of the biggest culprits of this when we talk about bias and bias by omission.
And that same kind of story is making headlines in our region in Trenton, in New Jersey, that they're saying that the headline this week is that, Trenton PD, this Department of Justice under this administration coming down on them, saying that they have an inordinate amount of police brutality against people who are black in the black and brown community.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just it. So is it really, is what else could be going on here?
Yeah, right.
And they always want to jump to racial issues, but they never mention in these reports.
Right.
I mean, unless it's, I guess if they are assuming if it's an all-white police force, which in Trenton, of course, it's not.
Of course not.
So they never really look at the other factors.
Well, that
they
doesn't
focus on
doesn't
race.
sell, right? Mm-hmm. If a black cop assaults a black suspect, it's not a huge story. If a white cop does it, it's, the media looks to make it out to be, Rodney King 2.0. So media bias. Pay attention to this. I'd be interested to see if this gains steam and we start to see this maybe work its way, because everything starts out on the West Coast and then works its way this way. Be interesting to see maybe if the Inquirer does something like this.
There's a fairness meter. If you go to if you just put in Newsweek, and they have you seen this where it says Newsweek is committed to journalism that's factual and fair. So I'm looking at an article about Trump, and it says the meter is all the way to the left, and it says unfair left leaning. That's the meter on this particular story. So
unfair left.
There also has to be, we have to also differentiate between a news story and an opinion column.
1,000%.
Because, when you're reading an article in the opinion section in the New York Times, then you know that it's somebody's opinion.
And
you
because
take
of
that
the section it's in.
Exactly.
There's an inherent slant naturally.
Exactly. So, if it's a front page news story, you would expect more of a balanced approach to it.
Right.
And I think that's where they need to make sure that that they are keeping that line of,
Yeah.
to use a cliche term, fair and balanced,
Yes,
right?
yes, and that's why I think places like the Associated Press should get back to that. Like, I mean, I get it. If Vanity Fair or Newsweek or Rolling Stone want to go in one direction, whether I agree with it or not, I understand it. But, like, there's got to be some semblance of just – and that's why I think CNN keeps missing the boat, right? MSNBC does left-wing at a more successful rate than CNN. Fox obviously has the right-wing market cornered, despite, some people liking Newsmax or OAN. CNN, if they were smart, if they got back to what they used to be 25, 30 years ago, they would probably have a much better bottom line.
But think about what they were then and when they started, and that's the difference. So they figured out, they used to have reporters all over the world and on the ground. And we played that clip of the border. It was an MSNBC reporter, and I know that you had it on your cut sheet, I don't know, a year ago or so, where you had an MSNBC reporter they put at the border, right?
Yeah.
And that person that reporter was going, holy moly, and seeing what was happening and talking to the residents, American residents on the American side and the Texas side that were dealing with, people camping out in their backyards and all of this.
Yep.
And so the truth was coming out because you can't, when you're there on the scene, you're telling what's happening, and the truth is in your face.
Right.
And so then you saw MSNBC like, they just like, okay, let's get rid of that reporter as far as that report. And so the issue here is that they discovered that it was much cheaper to bring in pundits who they pay a little something or nothing, because a lot of people just want to have a platform. To maybe they're an attorney or they want to do a political career or whatever. So they're willing to actually be a pundit and go on Fox News or, especially CNN or one of these different networks, and they're a pundit on the panel. They're not getting paid.
Of course not.
So now it's cheap and easy to get the pundits in the studio, in their bubble, and they're giving this disinformation and misinformation and this
Spitting
spin.
takes, yep.
But if CNN and all these networks, if they go back to that old model of journalism where you're just out there on the scene, then you will see the truth enter in. The truth is going to come out when you're out there on the scene.
By the way, speaking of two things here. Speaking of MSNBC, did you guys see Joe Scarborough have an absolute meltdown?
Threw a little fit.
He's losing it.
20 minutes. He went on a 20-minute tirade yesterday during that show.
We should play it for the whole cut sheet.
I have 2 cuts. I'm not going to play it. I have 2 90-second cuts because there's only so much Joe Scarborough I can take. He had an absolute meltdown about it. And by the way, apparently, and maybe I should turn it on, because apparently people are saying that they are not on today.
I'm telling you, this is how long have I been saying this is going to be a nasty breakup?
And I watched the entire 20 minutes because I like to punish myself. They were actually mentioning guests that were going to be on tomorrow, meaning Friday.
And they're not on the air.
And they're not on the air today. I don't know. They're in a commercial break right now, so I can't tell you that. Also, secondly, that's coming up on the cut sheet, by the way, so we'll have that in about a couple minutes. Everybody in the YouTube chat is talking about Ground News. I don't know if you guys know what this is. Ground News is a site that does exactly what you guys are talking about.
I've heard of it.
It says, like, they take a story and they cite all the places that have news stories on it, and they said it leans. It's a biased comparison. Like, this one leans to the right. And it says 75% of the sources lean right on whatever said news stories is, and they do the same thing with the left.
Okay.
So they say, this 99% of the stories, lean left for these things. So there already is a site. I think it's a pay site. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Because you have to log in and everything like that, but there already is it's Willie. It's Wake Up with Willie right now.
What did I tell you about Willie Geist? Watch him.
You did say that.
Told you. I'm telling you.
He really went scorched earth yesterday.
All right. Well, let's hear it on the other side.
He ought to go have drinks with Ron Rowe Jr.
We have that
Service,
too. We have
right?
that too.
He can come have drinks with me if he's willing to pick up the tab. I'll listen to his BS.
There was a lot of explosions yesterday. I mean, media explosions. People just.
It's a great day for the cut sheet.
MSNBC is they're in a lot I
imploding.
They are imploding, and you hate to see it, but I can't. Do you guys think that network is here in 2 years?
Yeah. Yeah. Is it going to be owned by Comcast? No. Is it going to undergo a makeover?
Major changes.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. But, like, again, you wait till we get to February and March. Trump's 90 days in. Some of that audience will come back. Like, this whole thing of and I've said this, like, yeah, it's awesome they lost 50% of their audience. But, like, some of these people need a mental health break. They'll come back in.
Yeah.
They can't quit Trump.
They're all listening to Christmas music now.
That's right.
Yeah,
or
that's it.
Kayal and Company for the truth.
Well, isn't Rashida Jones? Is she still there? Because I saw a headline where she's
She was-
reportedly leaving.
because of the ratings tank. I mean, what did you report? 36,000 2554 viewers.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I can't, they could quite possibly have no, and that's nationwide. They could quite possibly have no 2554 viewers.
Right. That's not like being, on AM radio in little old Philadelphia, where the cameras don't work for half the show.
We're what are we, an hour and 50 minutes in?
Yeah.
They're okay now.
Yeah. They're fine.
We're really late for the cut sheet.
We are.
It's my fault.
Lots of meltdowns, lots of explosions on the way. A very fiery cut sheet Friday when we come back. But before that, since we're late, you'll have time to download an app. And the app you need to download is DuckDuckGo. Why? Because a 7-day trial offer was nice, right? Everybody loves something for free for 7 days. But what happens when they quadruple that to about 30 days? Because that's what they're doing right now. New 30-day free trial at duckduckgo.com/1210, where, of course, we're talking about their 3-in-1 Privacy Pro subscription service, which features, I think, the best element, the personal information removal. After you activate your account, you can actually track how many sites your information is on and the status of said removal of that information. How cool is that? Because seriously, it is your information that's sitting out there on the internet. We shop online, we buy things from Amazon, we sign up for this, we sign up for that, debit card here, social security card there. It's dangerous, and it's just sitting out there, and now it's removed, and you will know. Me personally, I signed up for Privacy Pro, and I found that there was 52 records on the internet of myself. Within 48 hours, 17 of them, or about 33%, gone just like that. And it can help you remove your records as well. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Free 30-day trial. With that, you also get VPN and also identity theft restoration. I've had my identity stolen once before. It is not something that you will enjoy. And if it does happen, DuckDuckGo will restore it for you. Do it today. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for that unique gift or hard-to-find collectible? Look no further than Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys. Nicholas Smith has over 60,000 items for you to shop at both nicholassmithtrains.com and nicholassmithtoys.com. But come into the store on Westchester Pike Broomall and get lost in old and new technology. Pretend play, RC and slot cars, Western play, Madame Alexander dolls, mechanical robots, superhero action figures, Playmobil, Lego, Disney, and much, much more. Right off the Blue Route, visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday or any day.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Listen, here's the secret to your holiday savings. Ready?
News.
You can get gifts starting at just $3.99. Toys from Disney, Mattel, Barbie, Sonic, Looney Tunes, Fisher-Price, Play-Doh, Nerf, Hot Wheels, and more. You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank. Adidas, Champion, Puma, Reebok, Converse, True Religion, DKNY, and Levi's are all at prices so low, they're basically a gift. The savings are hiding at... You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You need cool air, baby, I'm not fooling.
7:57. It is Kayal and Company as we continue live on a Friday morning. Don't forget, 2 weeks from today, the 5th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party, courtesy of Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's coming up Friday, December 20th in Old City on 2nd Street from 4 to 9 p.m. A $20 donation is all you need to make to attend.
Can I call people out? Can I just say, have you donated yet? Have you signed up yet? Please do it. You can go to gregsoccersucks.com. Just do it. Just donate $20, even if you can't go. We want to see you there because we're going to be there. We'll all tip a few back. Like I said, Dawn will go shot for shot with you.
Yep.
Not.
And yeah, of course not.
Dawn will be sipping on club soda.
And just all the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge. Please, I beg of you, please sign up. At least give the $20 donation.
Yep.
GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
That is correct. You get entry, you get music, food and drink specials, a bunch of guests, fundraising activities. It is a great time. Hopefully the weather cooperates and it's not 21 degrees.
Well, the bars are inside.
That's right.
You know, there's the thing outside. But all the bars are inside. You go in there, you hang out, and
You can brave the elements for a few minutes outside for some of the speeches.
We'll all be there.
There you go.
Yeah,
All
and it's for a great cause. We all party for a good cause.
That's right.
Great cause, actually.
That's right. And I just like to do shots with Stephanie Mack.
Yeah, she's fun to party with. I enjoy her tremendously.
Yeah, she said, and by the way, she offered to train you for the bike ride this year.
She did.
So there'll be no excuses.
Well, so here's the thing. I have to.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No. I have to get. My bike has been in. I have a nice 10-speed that I got for the race when I did it 10 years ago.
In 09.
But it just needs a little tune-up.
Well, you've got 7 months to tune it up.
So our buddy Road Warrior at Independent Bike Shop down there in Manahawkin, New Jersey, told me that he would tune it up for me. I just have to get it to him. You know what I mean? So because it needs the tires are all rotted and the seat
Don't
needs
Road
to
Warrior. Do not let him procrastinate. He's gonna drag this thing out.
It's funny you say that. He sent me an email yesterday. He said, "Dude, let's make let's pick a date, so we can meet somewhere.
Yes,
and you can give me your bike.
Make Greg's bike great again.
It will be great.
Migba.
All right.
It's by the way, it's 8:00.
I know.
Let's get to the cut sheet.
That's really this time. This bit starts now.
The cut sheet.
Yeah, what's on the cut sheet? Now 8:00. What's on the cut sheet? Brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Retail relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. All right, I will get to Joe Scarborough in 1 second. I want to start with the acting Secret Service Director, Ronald Rowe, who testified yesterday to House lawmakers, revealing the, quote, numerous changes the agency has implemented following the attempted assassination attempt of President-elect Trump in July in Butler, Pennsylvania. So there's this heated exchange that's been making the rounds. I'll get to that in 1 second. But first, I want to start with Representative, who is this? This is Representative Green.
You think is it Mark?
I think so. Who just dropped a bunch of S-bombs. Basically said, you guys don't give an S.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
This was must-see if you haven't seen this.
And this, by the way, was going on mid-morning.
Yeah.
Started about 9:30 yesterday, and it was the final congressional hearing, looking into the attempted assassinations of Trump here in Butler, Pennsylvania, as well as the one in Florida.
Yep.
Yes, thank you, Don. All right, this is and really, was anything accomplished?
No,
other
but
than
it was
yelling
great,
at each
great
other.
theatrics,
Which
is all I care about.
Cut 7, Phil. I have to run this. Cut 7, go.
It seems almost to me like it was lackadaisical. I mean, it's hard to fathom that someone would say, we don't need to cover this.
This is Mark Green.
Yep.
And the communications issues with the local law enforcement, I asked the question when they came before the committee recently, when everybody showed up on the day, was there a check-in? And there were law enforcement agencies that had never even talked to Secret Service that day. I mean, these are really basic things. And you would think they would know to do those kinds of things. So it speaks of a apathy or complacency that is really unacceptable in an organization like the Secret Service. One of my questions to you is, the level of the failure seems unfathomable. The internal policies that weren't adhered to, the failure to mitigate very obvious risks, it speaks to a culture that, lack of attention to details, lack of sense of urgency, complacency. I mean, these are leadership, these are command climate issues. What is the command climate of the Secret Service? That's the thing that concerns me the most. When I reported to the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment commander to be their doctor, right? At that point in my life, I was 38 years old. I had graduated from West Point Ranger School, commanded in the 82nd Airborne Division, an infantry company. I had a master's in systems information. I had a medical degree, top of my med school class, and I wondered if I was good enough to be on that team. That's what I'm talking about. Elite culture where everybody comes to work every friggin' day saying, I will do everything I can to make sure I don't fail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, going to war, I didn't give a shit if I died. What I didn't want to do was fail. But your guys showed up that day and didn't give a. There was apathy and complacency, period. And that's your mission now. I appreciate all the systems and the technology that everybody else has asked about. But this is a leadership issue. This is a command climate issue, a culture issue. Can you make a few comments about what you're doing to fix the command climate at the Secret Service?
There you go.
First of all, he was going after Roe, who's as much of a clown as Kimberly Cheadle, who he replaced. And to me, that's what I'm talking about. Anytime I talk about meritocracy, I want elite culture. I don't want a DEI culture. And that's what the Secret Service is. That's what all these federal agencies have become. These absurd quotas of DEI culture. And why do I say that? That lady that was on the stage with Trump, remember when he got shot and he was like looking around, he's got to get my shoe. They couldn't even physically, and Trump's a big dude, right? But I don't need a female up there that can't. He should have been whisked away, put into that SUV, and protected, right? Flubbling around with their holster, with their gun. Give me the best people that are showing up each day to kick ass and take names. I'm not interested in filling quotas.
But this is the new Congress that I think we're all excited about. This is Congressman-elect Dr. Mark Green, Tennessee, unanimously voted president of the Republican freshman class and leading the 30 Republican freshmen in the U.S. House of Representatives. So this, you could just hear the spirit of him as a military veteran, somebody who is a no-nonsense guy. He's also a physician.
Yep.
And so Homeland Security, all of that. I just love the tone that we are entering into the new year and let's turn the page.
Yes.
Remember that slogan with
Yeah.
Mrs. Walls? I think we truly are turning a page.
Give me competent, effective people. I don't care. I'm so sick of, well, what about the feelings?
Okay,
Screw your feelings.
Let me ask you guys this question because, I have to play devil's advocate. There was a lot of great back and forth. We're going to play the best one coming up in 1 second. Was anything accomplished?
No, of course not. Just like the Fauci grilling with Rand Paul, we love it, we like it, we applaud it.
So we're okay with the bluster, but
no,
if
that's
it doesn't,
not fair.
Okay.
This has been ongoing. This task force has been looking into this.
Mm-hmm.
They visited
for way
Butler,
too long,
PA.
by the way. For way too long.
And they've been stonewalled a lot.
Some
this
of
happened
it,
in July, for God's sake.
Well, for a government committee, that's actually pretty quick, Greg, to be honest. It's not the private sector over here.
Send in the Doge.
Is there, the fireworks show you that the pressure is on. That's what I see. And these guys know. So when they're telling the Secret Service head, Ron Rowe Jr., that basically he was applying for a job, what's really going on here is that they know that Republicans are about to clean house.
Yes.
That's what's going on. But,
there's your change. There's your results in a couple of months.
But the report will come out. So this was their final public hearing, but they are it's going to be a compilation of everything that they've found looking at PA assassination attempt as well as Florida, putting it together, and that report will come out. I think they actually have done some, there's tangible evidence of what needs to be done.
Let me ask you something. You find it odd that the media, and I know we just talked about the media last segment with the LA Times, the media is more fascinated by and stuck on the killing of a healthcare CEO than the potential killing of a former president? You find that interesting?
Yeah.
A United Healthcare CEO is getting more media run for 3 days than Donald, the interest of the media in finding out what exactly happened with Thomas Matthew Crooks and why things occurred.
You never hear about it, do you?
No.
You never hear about it because you know what? If they cover it, they have to show that iconic photo that will go down in the history books where Trump's bloody face with his fist up going fight, 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 and they just don't want to show that photo or that video.
Yep.
That's my theory on it.
You're right.
It's such a strong, impactful image.
So getting back to what I was saying, what's the objection to change the leadership in the Secret Service, to change the The members,
the objective is to get rid of the institutional rot. And that is, fulfilling quotas, having females there. I saw you might have it on the cut sheet, or I saw it. Somebody was saying that we need to have a transgender presence in the military. No, we don't. No, we don't.
Who said that?
There's a clip out there. I thought maybe I saw it on your cut sheet email.
No.
But if you could just search for it on X, you'll find it. No, we don't. If that person's good enough to be in said position, then fine. But we don't need to have somebody from some category just to say that we have representation.
Agreed.
The best of the best get the job.
I agree.
But I will tell you that you can get a clue of where they're going with this. This final hearing yesterday was entitled, quote, Secret Service security failures and the attempts to assassinate President-elect Donald J. Trump. So they had the hearing, went on for hours. It was highly contentious. Then that was followed by a business meeting to consider their final report, and they're putting that together. So the final report is going to answer your question, Greg.
Yeah.
But I think that what they're doing is they'll make the recommendations of everything that needs to be done.
I'm just tired of this dog and pony show. They sit before a committee. There's these big hearings. We play about it. We're like, yeah, finally something's gonna get done, and then Jack, what gets done. Well, that's what I'm tired of.
Let's face it. Kimberly Cheadle is out, so there was one.
And I think this guy's out.
Transaction, we'll call it, right? Kimberly Cheadle loses the job. Roe will be out, and once the new administration comes in, you got to remember too. Yes, it's a dog and pony show, and yes, we saw the fireworks yesterday. That's December 5th. We still have to wait until January 20th before these types of switcheroos, or whatever you want to call them, firings and replacements and successions can take place.
Yeah.
But they've also been issuing subpoenas, for example. So they had to issue subpoenas for, federal employees, ATF employees, as far as J13th. They've done a lot. And so I think that you will see tangible evidence of what went wrong, and as well that the report will contain information to say this is what must be done.
Mm-hmm. This is the one that has been making the rounds. This is Texas lawmaker Fallon. What's his first name? Dan?
That I don't know.
The questioning became intense when Fallon asked Roe about Pat Fallon, thank you, about the security presence for Trump during the 9/11 remembrance ceremony. We all remember that picture, right? Yeah. Where they're all, it's Biden, it's Kamala Harris, it's Trump, they're all sitting there. Right. So he pulls up a picture of it, and he shows Roe, who's kind of just standing in the back instead of protecting, you know what I mean? He was supposed to be the lead that day, was the whole point of this exchange. And it got intense. Roll it, Phil.
So I got another question for you. Do you recognize this photo?
There's all the presidents.
Yes, sir, I do. Okay. Was that the remembrance of September 11th?
It was.
Was it in New York?
It was at Ground Zero.
Okay. Who is usually at an event like this closest to the President of the United States, security-wise?
The SAC of the detail.
Special agent in charge of the detail. Were you the special agent in charge of the detail that day?
Actually, let me address this. Could you please, staff, leave that? Oh, no, leave that one up with the circle around me. Thank you. So actually, Congressman, what you're not seeing is the SAC of the detail out of the picture's view. And that is the day where we remember the more than 3,000 people that have died on 9/11. I actually responded to Ground Zero. I was there going through the ashes of the World Trade Center. Mm-hmm. I was there at Fresh Kills.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, Congressman. Were you the special agent in charge?
To show respect for a Secret Service member that died on 9/11.
You're trying to be.
Do not invoke 9/11 for political purposes.
Oh, I'm not. I'm invoking this.
You are, sir.
Gentlemen,
and you are out of line.
I would like to ask him a question. Please.
You are out of line, Congressman.
Don't try to bully me. I am an elected member of Congress, and I'm asking you a serious question, and you are playing politics.
I am a public servant who has served this nation,
you won't answer the
question on our day, on our country's darkest day.
Committee will come to order. committee will come to order. I'm asking you serious questions for the American people, and they're very simple. They're not trick questions. Yeah. Were you the special agent in charge that day?
No, I wasn't. I was there representing the United States Secret Service, sir.
Mr. Fallon, your time's expired.
Did not affect protective operations.
You know why you were there? Because you wanted to be visible, because you were auditioning for this job.
I was there to pay respect for a fallen member of this agency.
You endangered
President
out of line,
you want the truth.
Out of his life because you
can't handle the
put
truth.
Those agents out of position.
Mr.
Did you have a radio with you?
Mr. Fallon, your time has expired.
I did, sir, and you are out of line.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Please.
All right. We are back in order now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh.
Mr. Moskowitz,
that whole thing's a work.
You know, I'm not typically not a fan of having
work.
Congress on the show, but if we can book Pat Fallon for the show, I'd gladly chat with Pat Fallon. That was glorious. No. I mean, that was when he went from 0 to 100 in 2 seconds.
That was fake, guys.
But Greg, you're
still great.
But Greg's A Few Good Men reference with that iconic scene is perfect because the person who lost it and the person who's being ripped in the media, and this is widespread, is Ron Rowe Jr. of the Secret Service losing it and screaming at a Congress member and just losing it.
Yep. He's an empty suit as well, and he knows he's about to get zipped as well. He's going to enjoy the holidays, Ron.
The reports of Dan Bongino is reportedly going to lead the
he was also, It's not going to be Dan Bongino.
But with all
By the way, why would he take a pay cut?
That's a great point.
You're going to go from $20 million a year?
It's not about the pay, though. It's an incredible, he will have worked for the Trump administration, and that tees you up for incredible opportunities. But this is a bipartisan. The interim report on this, and I'll just give you one headline that we said, I'll just remind you, and this was late October, interim staff report investigating the stunning security failures July 13th, Butler, Pennsylvania. So when they put this together, thing together, it is going to be, it's going to be damning. It's
of course,
bipartisan, but they're gonna detail at every level because they've been issuing all these subpoenas for all of these different individuals in law enforcement that testified under oath, and so all of that's going to come out, and it's there's just calling these security failures epic. So you're going to see a cleaning of the house. They all know it. Mm-hmm. That's why Ron Rowe Jr. is losing it.
All right.
Did you guys see this? The women's bathroom in the United States Capitol building was stormed by twerking LGBTQA plus male activists. So these are bros. These are dudes.
Yeah.
Dressed up as women, twerking, going into the women's bathroom. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT if you want to see this.
It's pretty funny.
All right, roll it, Philip. Nick, do you want to describe this?
This is what we do when we ladies go to the bathroom.
Chick shaking it with multicolored pants.
It's not a chick, bro.
Oh.
None of these are chicks, dude. Look at that guy.
Look at that. He's not even trying to be a...
Hey, we got a KN95 mask. And we got somebody dressed up like they're in a Macy's ad. That person's sitting on the sink. That's great.
There you go.
Oh, my God.
They're all dressed up with hair and nails, and their lashes are better than mine.
Nancy Mace needs to go in there with a steel folding chair.
Well, she went in there. Apparently, they were all arrested.
Yes, they were.
So
they were read their Miranda rights and shipped out.
But see,
looks kind of insurrectionish to me. That's just my first stance. I don't know. This looks like a threat to democracy.
See, I don't find. Here's the thing.
A fake VJJ6.
By the way, those stall doors are pretty elegant. Look at those.
That's a nice bathroom.
Hardwood.
That's a nice bathroom.
But see,
hopefully nobody was in there dooting.
Yeah, right. But they don't have the drop down that goes all the way down on the side. So now you can sit when you're sitting there.
I don't care. Here's the thing.
You can
honestly,
see other people's feet.
I'm gonna be. Some people will hate me for saying this.
I love it.
But if I was running in this bathroom and we get like the 45-second bathroom break. If I'm running in there to go to the bathroom, those are very nice individual stalls. They have to actually have wooden doors.
Yep.
these are
It's the
adults.
nicest stalls I've ever
they're
seen.
the nicest.
Yeah.
Seriously, we the taxpayers pay for that.
Of course.
I would not even note it, even if they were dancing.
Yeah.
I would be like running in there, doing my business, wash my hands, run out. I don't really care. It doesn't. I know some people are bothered, and I respect that.
Yep.
And you mentioned, Nancy Mace, as an elected official, she's a survivor of a brutal attack and sex assault. So I don't relate to her, and I totally respect her, and I think she has a voice that should be respected. But for me personally, as a female, if there are men going in our bathroom, I don't know about it. I don't care. That is not the issue at all on Capitol Hill. The issue that has taken center stage this week has to do with children and invasive chemical and surgical treatments of children that alter them for life and make it so they can never experience having children in their lives. And some of these decisions are being made for them when they're as young as 8 years old. This has nothing to do with trans people using bathrooms. It has nothing to do with trans adults' choice of what they're doing with their bodies. That's not what this is. This is about children.
Yes. Well said.
All right, we teased this a while ago. Joe Scarborough went off yesterday. I pulled 2 clips. He went off literally for 20 minutes. So apparently this whole thing started when David Frum was a guest on their show, and he made some sort of flippant comment about Pete Hegseth being drunk at Fox News and saying you have to be drunk to work at Fox News or something like that.
Yeah.
And apparently Mika and Joe thought it was kind of out of bounds that he said that, so came back from the break or whatever like that and just said something like, we don't endorse it, something like that. And then all of these news articles were written were like, see, they're scared. They're scared of their new boss. All of this stuff was written.
Right.
So he used this 20-minute soapbox to go on and on about how the whole Trump thing, because they met with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. That's really the focus of this entire thing, because you can tell that he's been boiling inside about this.
Reading comments on social media.
Oh, my God. So what's interesting to me, and we said this 20 minutes ago, is that not in one of the clips I pulled, but I watched the entire 20 minutes. They reference tomorrow's show, meaning Friday's show, which would be today. They ain't on today, so I don't. It's Wake Up with Willie.
Yeah,
it's the Willie.
This was not a planned day off.
It's the Willie Wake Up show right now.
This was not a vacation.
No. All right. Let's start with cut 4, Phil.
The sound of fear.
Uh-oh.
The apology. None of that is true. But guess what? This is what's been going on now for several weeks. We went down to talk to the president-elect. And people wrote articles that were just false. But you know what we did? We did the corporate thing. Corporate said, don't say anything. Just keep your head down. What did the Royals say? Never explain, never complain, whatever. We did that. We enjoyed our Thanksgiving. We're like, you know what? People are upset. With some of our guests, some of our friends, maybe we snuck up on them too fast. Maybe we should have given them more of a warning. Whatever, it's fine. But guess what? The main complaint was that we called Donald Trump's rhetoric fascist during the campaign. And then we went down to have an off-the-record comment with him. Guess who else does that?
Let me see. From the New York Times,
the New York
Washington
Times,
Post, the Wall Street. You know what? I even think folks from the Atlantic.
I think actually,
I think they might be doing that.
Stop it for a second.
They're nuking all future potential landing spots.
It's amazing to me when they're not going after the right on this. They're going after their own side.
That's right. Left will always devour its own. Been saying it for years, folks.
It's amazing because they know they've been reading.
Of course they are.
They know that their comments or their trip and then talking about it went over like a lead balloon, and they can't deal with it.
Is Mika Brzezinski on X?
I don't know.
It does not look like it. I'm searching her.
Did she delete? She deleted her account.
Joe Scarborough.
Right?
Yep.
Joe Scarborough is, and he's got 2. Okay, so my point of wondering was, I always like when certain really, really high-end media members are not on social media because they pretend like it doesn't matter and they don't pay attention to it, but they have like a burner account to see what people are saying about them. Scarborough is on X, so he can obviously see the comments. I'd be willing to bet that Mika, if she got rid of her account or never had one, goes in and looks. She's probably Joe more than her.
Yeah.
I think Joe is one of those very sensitive to what people are typing about.
100%. You're 100% right.
I think you're right. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah.
She has the thicker skin. But here's the thing. Here's what's going on. Now they're lashing out. Joe's losing it, right?
Yep.
And they're lashing out at all these people who are critical of them. They thought, let's go away for Thanksgiving. This will die down. They see that it's not dying down. They see their fate.
Mm-hmm.
And what is going to happen next is, who do you turn on? When everybody's turned on you, they're going to turn on each other.
They are.
I've been predicting this.
Oh, these two, you mean?
These two,
Oh,
Mika and Joe.
It's going to be great.
Oh, my God. It's going to be epic.
Who gets divorced
Breakup.
first, Mika and Joe or Kamala and Dougie? Poll question.
All right.
But I love how Scarborough's sitting there talking about the Royals. Like
he's royal?
Like, wait a minute. First of all, Scarborough, you make more than your bosses do, okay? So they might be elitists, but you're above them on the salary totem pole.
Point.
All right? Stop.
All right. Keep going with this one clip.
Background with the incoming president and president-elect.
Yeah.
They were doing. In fact, as somebody wrote during this outrageously stupid, immature a series of articles that lied time and time again about us.
That I read.
Reporter said, I'd be fired if I had the opportunity to go in and talk to somebody who's the incoming president of the United States, and I didn't do it. Ask any journalist at the New York Times, the New York Post. And that's the funny thing. People at the Washington Post especially, hair on fire, media report. How dare they? How dare they? At the same time that the Washington Post is doing the same thing, trying to speak to the president on background, trying to speak to people around the president. That's what reporters do. And by the way, guess what? That's what I've been doing for years.
They're not reporters,
They're
though.
not. No, they just give
Never was a
long-winded
They're not journalists either.
dining room table commentary.
He was.
He was a congressman.
You know,
A Republican Congress.
Well, you know what, though? He can have this little hissy fit meltdown. But, dude, you have nobody to blame but yourself. I mean, let's go back to April. You told America that Joe was as sharp as a tack. This is the best Joe we've seen. 8 weeks later, Joe was brain dead on June 27th in Atlanta on a debate stage. And you called Trump a Hitler, he's a fascist, and then you're bending the knee to him.
Yep.
So, like, when people call you out on your BS, you're still cashing checks, so why don't you just man up and double down?
Let me play one more because I see the president-elect is in the on-deck circle. I can see him getting ready right now. Putting on.
Who they jets?
Yep. All right. This is just a little bit more. Phil, roll the cut 5 there.
The only difference between what we did on that visit and what the New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, everybody else is doing is we were transparent. We actually told you.
20 minutes, guys. 20 minutes.
So not only does he lose 50% of his audience, he then nukes all of the other colleagues that are in agreement with their talking points. He's going to be forced to work for Newsmax.
And by the way, Dawn, you've worked in television. 20 minits in television? I mean, come on. We can do that on radio, but 20 minutes of television is unheard of.
It is unheard of.
So the fact that they well, obviously they didn't allow it because he's not on today. And it doesn't appear to me, because in the clip they were saying tomorrow's guest. We'll have David Frum on tomorrow to talk about it. And they're not on
there.
this morning.
But his mistake was, I can tell you, when he said, what did he say? We did the corporate thing in one of the first clips that you aired.
Yeah.
So inciting corporate, that was a huge mistake because that gets the attention of corporate and the attorneys.
Yeah.
And they're already, dude, you're already on the chopping block. We know that Comcast wants to sell this. Calling out corporate, idiotic move.
All right, keep rolling, Phil.
I'm surprised Mika didn't say.
Sorry.
I'm surprised Mika didn't say take a tight shot of him. Just take a tight shot. I'm just on the 2 shot. Put him on the tight shot.
It's funny you say
Seriously.
that, Dawn. What's so uncomfortable about this is that she wants to chime in too, but he shushes her. Yeah. Like there's a second where she was about to say something, and you can see his hand go like this, and I'm like, wow, that's a little. That's a little douchebaggery, isn't it?
That's what I do to Kristen when she tries to talk during the Eagles game. It's quiet.
All right, roll, Phil.
It works day in and day out, and you're just like watching this show day in and day out. I understand that you'd be like, wow, okay, man, that's sudden. But for media reporters to lie, to pretend that this is a shock, to try to get clips, for Washington Post reporters and columnists say, how dare they go see him after they said he was a fascist? And that's exactly what the Washington Post is doing. That's exactly what the Wall Street Journal is doing. That's exactly what the New York Times. Yeah, you know what you call it? You call it their job. And let me say this. Two things. You can do two things at the same time. You can say he had fascist rhetoric and still go in and talk to him. Yeah. You know why I do that?
Why?
To get the read of the man. Okay. You know why I went in and talked to Macron? To get the read of the man at a crucial time in EU funding and NATO funding. Do you know why I went to leaders in the Middle East who were angry at the United States, and I sat there and I listened to them attacking me personally for 45 minutes because of U.S. policy? You know why I do that?
Why, Joe?
To get the read of the leader, to get the read of where the country's going. So I can come back here and talk to you and let you know what the hell is going on.
Oh, well, thank you.
And give you context, insight, and background. You know everybody we have on the show that's a reporter? It's what they do every day. They speak on background.
Come on.
I go to the Middle East so I can tell you peasants what the word is.
Joe Scarborough is trying to justify why he's still relevant and what the truth is. He knows he's not a reporter. Mika was, and so she can walk that line better. But for him to say this and for him to act surprised at this is absurd. It's different. They know it's different. For WAPO or CNN's Caitlin Collin was down there talking to Trump people. That's very different than these two who were personal friends to Trump, then personally attacked him and were calling him horrible things. It was all personal. It was not journalism. And now for them to go back and kiss the ring and suck up and now make this out to be, I was just being a journalist. Give me a break.
And how about I'm glad you mentioned Collins. Did you see the pictures of the Collins with Todd Blanche, the Trump attorney, at Mar-a-Lago having lunch together?
Yep.
These people are all full of
They're
crap.
all full of crap. Thank you. All right.
As I was saying,
he's coming up next. Nick
Woo-hoo.
We will talk
I
to
see him.
The
Donald
Patriot of the
J.
Year?
Trump. That's right.
Wait, he's the Patriot of the Year. That's right, Don Stanslin.
That's
the
right.
Patriot of the Year. This is his first appearance after that great honor that everybody was shocked that he became Patriot of the Year for 5 years.
I honestly thought it would be Adam Schiff, but another bet I lost.
Shifty Schiff.
Yeah, that's right. And we will talk to the president on the other side as Sean Ferris joins us for his weekly Friday appearance on the other side of Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, simmering in the crock pot today, the grandma's homemade meatballs. Not homemade by, me or my grandma, but thanks to What a Crock. What a Crock has saved me so many times I can't even tell you. During the election, all the work we've been doing, all the meetings we've been going to, all the events. I'm so thankful for whatacrock.com. What a unique and useful gift this time of year for anybody on your list. And they've been a gift to myself, quite frankly, this fall and into the winter months. So I'm going to tell you about whatacrock.com's delicious, easy-to-prepare meals. If you haven't heard me talk about them before, What a Crock makes it so simple. I put one of the meals into my slow cooker in the wee hours of the morning, go about my day. It's on low. When we come home, dinner is waiting and simmering. And Larry's like, what's for dinner? The kids are like, Mom, this is delicious. What a Crock meals make for an excellent gift this holiday season. Anyone who could use a little help and who can't use a little help in the kitchen, or maybe just looking for an easy meal while preparing for the holidays. People recovering from surgery or illness, new parents, college kids, Their chef-curated gift boxes are specially designed to fit any occasion, from a get-well-soon gift to a holiday greeting gift. And want them to choose their own meals? You can just give the gift of a What a Crock digital gift card. I promise you, they're going to love it. And unlike most of these meal kit companies, there is no prep required, no chopping, slicing, or searing at all. Cleanup is so quick and easy. It's as simple as, like I say, drop that meal in your slow cooker, dinner's one and done. No subscription, no commitment required to order, so you can just order what you want when you want it. Use promo code WPHT. You're going to get $10 off your first order. WPHT is the code. Get $10 off your first order. Visit whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Nick, Dawn, and myself will be giving the Eagles picks at the end of the show today, around 9:55, for the McCausland lock of the week. But I'm looking right now. This is FanDuel, by the way. FanDuel.com/Greg. If you want to sign up right now. It looks like the Eagles are a 13.5-point favorite against Carolina on Sunday. Finally, a 1 p.m. game that we can watch. Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. I think that spread's too high. America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check it out. You can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to join today. FanDuel.com/Greg today. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Greg. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online, real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as an withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. By the way, the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Winter Ford, WINNER Ford, Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready Holiday Sales event is here. See Dino Rucci and his team for discounts and rebates of up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000 for details. Check your savings at winterford.com. That's winterford.com, sponsoring the 8 o'clock hour. Thank you, Winter Ford.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Get up, Harry.
8:37. Kayal and Company live on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. No meltdowns from us. No Ronald Rowe moments. No Joe Scarborough moments. Just record-setting, award-winning, entertaining morning radio. That's what we try to do. Speaking of entertaining, doesn't get any more entertaining than this. Donald J. Trump is back with us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for his weekly appearance. Happy Friday, Mr. President.
Well, happy Friday to you. I have to say this, by the way. It was hard not being here last Friday, right? They call it Black Friday. You're not supposed to call it that. They say now it's Friday of color, right? Because you don't want to have any problems. But we had a beautiful meeting over the weekend. I don't know if you heard about it, but with Justin Trudeau of Canada, right? You look at what he does, and this is a guy, he sits when he pees, right? He pees sitting down. This is a guy who pees sitting down. And he does it usually right next to Lindsey Graham. And Justin Trudeau said he doesn't want to come to the Capitol because women are not allowed in the men's room and vice versa. So this is one of these people. But we're looking at very closely adding Canada as our 51st state. And we're looking at it. They took away a lot of the people's guns over there. But if they're our 51st state, we can cover them with the Second Amendment. But we love Canada. Canada's a tremendous place. Chris Christie loves Canada a lot because this is a guy who's addicted to maple syrup. And you saw what happened yesterday with Chris. There was an earthquake in California and a tsunami. Apparently, he fell off a cruise ship and washed away the entire town.
I didn't realize
so
he had to do
you look
that,
at that. But you look at Canada, right? And you look at what we did. We spoke with Justin Trudeau, and he said to me, "Sir, we don't want you to hit us with tariffs." I said, "We're going to slap you so hard with tariffs." He said, "Sir, please don't talk dirty to me. You don't like that. We don't like it." I said, "Not that kind of slap, Justin. We're not going to do that. But we're going to cut off your soy, too."
Oh,
and
no.
He said, "Please don't do that. Please don't do that." He said to me, "Sir, I need my soy. I need to have low T. I need my soy." And I said, "Justin, you definitely take after your mother because Fidel Castro was no soy boy. I can tell you that. But we have a tremendous relationship with Canada, and they're going to get in line. That much I can tell you because Justin Trudeau's a weak little person, right?" And I said, "Justin, we do not want to have to expose you to the world and tell everybody that you sit when you pee. But they all know it anyway. You look at them. They all know it anyway. But we're very happy to be back, right? 1210 WPHT. Tremendous place. Philadelphia, not a tremendous place. But we love this radio station.
Donald J. Trump's joining us here on Kayal and Company. Let's start with the big story that we began the week with, sir, and that was Joe Biden pardoning his son, Hunter Biden. Your thoughts on the pardon from the big guy to the little guy?
Well, it looks like Hunter Biden is the poster child of white privilege, right? You look at him. He's a crackhead, and I wrote a song about him a couple of years ago called Hunter the White-Nosed Crackhead, okay? It goes to the tune of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and it was very big. A lot of people liked it. It was beautiful ratings, right? It got #1 all over the place. Everybody sings it. You know, they say the Christmas Carol, they say you're singing Hunter the White-Nosed Crackhead all over the neighborhood, but now you can't call him that because he got a pardon for doing crack and all of the crazy things. He got a pardon for everything that I got impeached for. I can't believe it. And this was the second turkey that crooked Joe Biden pardoned in a week. First you had the turkey pardon, then you had Hunter Biden. And soon he's going to be pardoning Kamala Harris of the Gizzard of Oz. You know, that neck that she's got, it's becoming its own entity. You look at it. She's cracking. It's really terrible. It's horrible when you look at her, and she was drunk at a holiday party yesterday. They say Pete Hegseth has a drinking problem. Yet you look at Kamala Harris, the female version of Jack Sparrow. You look at that, a raging alcoholic. She's a raging drunk. She's a crazy person, a raging something else. So we're not supposed to say, but she's horrible. 93% turnover rating. Draw your own conclusions. But you look at Hunter Biden, they pardoned him for everything he did in Ukraine. They pardoned him for everything. You know, the party of gun control just pardoned a guy for using guns while on very, very bad drugs. And so they ought to be ashamed of themselves. We only issue fantastic pardons. These people issue stupid pardons for stupid people. And that is why crooked Joe Biden is looking at pardoning people like Anthony Fauci and Liz Cheney, who looks a lot like Miss Piggy. I want to ask her, where the hell is Kermit, by the way? And you look at these people. The pardons are a disgrace. They all ought to be ashamed of themselves.
I agree. Donald Trump joining us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Yesterday on the Capitol Hill, big day for Doge as Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, as well as the Senate Doge caucus, really revealing just how much the federal government is not doing. I think this is, at least from the citizen standpoint, everyday Americans, I think they are very anxious and eager to see what Vivek and Elon can do. Your thoughts, especially on their self-imposed expiration date of July 4th, 2026.
Well, this is the only department in the government that doesn't want to stick around, right? You see all these people that gets bloated, right? Like Chris Christie's waistband, right? He's a very, his waistline. He's a bloated guy, and he's one of the only people in history to break the lap band. You know, he got a lap band, and he snapped it immediately after he started consuming lots and lots of donuts and lots of food. You know, they called it a snap band, not a lap band, because he broke it very quickly. But you look at the Department of Government Efficiency. These are tremendous people. Vivek, we love Elon, we love all of these people. And we're going to trim, it's called Trim the Fat. We're putting the government on Weight Watchers. A lot of people are going to look at it. We're going to make America healthy again. A lot of people are going to love it. But the Department of Government Efficiency is going to be a big, beautiful, highly respected department. They call it Doge, right? Just like Dogecoin. We love crypto. Crypto's a tremendous thing. And congratulations to all of the people who bought Bitcoin. 100,000. They call it the Trump pump. A lot of people are very excited about it. They call it the Trump. It's a beautiful pump, right? A lot of people are excited. And a lot of people are also very upset about something that Crooked Joe did. Did you see him he went to, it's called Angola. He can't even find it on a map. It's true. He was being led around like a dog through Africa. They didn't want him to fall around. He fell asleep at a meeting. And by the way, I got along very well with Africa. Beautiful continent. I even blessed the rains down in Africa. Have you heard about it?
I did, yes, yeah.
It's going to take some time to do the things we never had, right? It's going to take some time. It's going to take a lot to drag me away from you, by the way. There's nothing. They said, sir, there's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I blessed the rains down in Africa. Beautiful place. Like a leprous rising above the Serengeti. We love it. That's what they call me, by the way, but not leprous. They call me a leopard. And they say a leopard never changes his spots. But you look at Biden, you look at these terrible people, right? The government is in a horrible situation. And we're going to clean it out with Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency. Elon, Vivek, they're all doing a fantastic job.
Let's get to the Pete Hegseth story and potentially his replacement floated out there, Ron DeSantis. It seems like you're really, supporting Pete here, and many people think that he will make it through. Some do not. In the event, for some reason, that he does not, are you prepared to use a recess appointment in his cause? And also the possibility and prospects of Ron DeSantis. I know he was not tall enough to be the president, but would he be tall enough to be Secretary of Defense?
He's not tall enough to be Secretary of Defense either, unfortunately. Okay. He's too short, right? He's too short. You must be this tall, right? This tall to be Secretary of Defense. He's too small. He said to me, but sir, I could wear my boots and make me taller. I said, you're not allowed to wear those. Those are ridiculous, right? You can't do that. But we love Pete Hegseth. He's a tremendous person. He's a warfighter. He's a hero. And they say he has a drinking problem. I say Kamala Harris has a drinking problem, too, although it looks like she has no problem drinking, right? 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, 4, right? 5 tequila, 6 tequila, 7 tequila, floor. Damn, she does. All the way to the floor. Yep. And she spends a lot of time down there, by the way, if you know what I'm talking about, right? Because she drinks a lot. Get your mind out of the gutter, right?
Yeah, right.
Also, she needs to pay off a lot of debt, right? She's in a lot of debt.
Yeah.
And she may have to resort to what we call her old tricks to do that. Ask Montel Williams what we're talking about, right? Or Willie Brown. You don't want to talk about it. We're not supposed to talk about it, but this is what she has to do. It's unfortunate. But we love Pete Hegseth. He's a lot better than the other Pete, by the way, Mayor Pete from South Bend, Indiana, which I hear they named after him. Right? They named South Bend after his favorite activity. But you look at him, he's a horrible person. He's not qualified to be the transportation secretary. He thinks men can breastfeed. It's impossible. But we love our Pete. Pete Hegseth. He's an American hero. And he's going to get confirmed. He's going to get confirmed. He's a tremendous person. And he is going to be the greatest Secretary of Defense the world has ever seen. That much I can tell you.
Mr. President is outrageous this morning.
Boy, he's on one, is he not? And I got to imagine this last one will be a doozy as well. Sir, your thoughts on winning the Patriot of the Year last night on Fox News?
Well, nobody saw that win coming, right? They said, who could it be, right? Who could it be now? What another tremendous song that I wrote. But when you look at Patriot of the Year, I'm honored, right? And I won it in a landslide. I knew I was going to win. Nobody else thought I was going to win. I knew I was going to win. All the polls said it was going to go to somebody else, but I won. And I won very convincingly. Fox News, tremendous. A lot better than some of these other people, right? You hear Greg Kelly saying bad things about Pete Hegseth. You're not supposed to say bad things about Pete. He's a great guy. But I won Patriot of the Year, and I won it convincingly. I won it in a landslide. Everybody knew it. Nobody thought it was going to happen. You look at ABC. Ann Seltzer said Kamala Harris is going to win Patriot of the Year. Ann Seltzer, right? And you know what I say about Ann Seltzer? That Seltzer's flat as hell. I can tell you that. She's horrible. No, she's a stupid. You look at her. She's a stupid person. And so is, by the way, Joni Ernst is another stupid person.
Yep.
And she lives in the Iowa that Ann Seltzer lives in. She thinks I'm not very popular there. I won the state by 13 points. She needs to pull the head out of her rear end. It's called a cranial rectomotomy. Get your head out of your rear end, would you please? So you have Joni. You have all these people. I won Patriot of the Year. Pete Hegseth is going to be our Secretary of Defense. Bobby Kennedy is going to make America healthy again. Yep. People thought I was going to make him press secretary. I said, what the hell are you crazy people? That's not what we're going to do. But he's a tremendous person. And we won the award like nobody's ever won the award before. It's an incredible honor to be your Patriot of the Year. We did our YMCA. And now did you hear the Village People?
Yeah.
Said they might want to perform the song live if I ask them to. We'll see what happens. But we may have a big, beautiful party on Inauguration Day with the Village People. We love these people.
Number one, YMCA is now the number one downloaded song according to Billboard for the first week of December. Wonder why that is. All right, there he is, Donald J. Trump with us, a.k.a. our buddy, our boy, our pal, Sean Farish from Nashville. I got to tell you, Sean, we'll get to a lot of your thoughts on all these big stories, but how wild is it that the YMCA from the Village People, I actually watched the interview. I think it was the police officer. He was on Fox News at some point this week, and they are fully embracing. And we've seen times in the past, I think wasn't it Carrie Lake that all of a sudden she tried to use Tom Petty, I Won't Back Down, and his estate tried to railroad her for using the song. The Village People are embracing it.
Yeah, it's funny. The Village People love it. Why wouldn't they, right? I mean, like, he single-handedly brought back the YMCA, right? I mean, this is the thing. I love the dance he does. He's been doing that since, his first term.
Right.
But, like, it's cool now. Like, NFL players are doing it. College football players are doing it. UFC fighters are doing it. Like, it's all over. There's, like, TikTok trends and challenges for Thanksgiving. Like, families doing the Trump boogie. It's beautiful. And I love it. So I've been listening to YMCA for years, and we've been doing that dance for a long time. But the Village People, it's so funny. I think, aren't they like gay, right? And I think the left is going to be pretty upset the fact that a bunch of gay people support Trump. Right?
Didn't they say that it's actually not a gay anthem? Didn't I say that?
No, I think they said it's not a gay anthem, but they are.
Yes.
Village People, right? You look at the people.
Mayor Pete.
I don't want to know what happens in that village.
Yeah,
okay?
right.
We don't need to talk about
We'll
it.
do the South Bend. There you go.
Oh, man.
Sean Farish is with us. Let me actually start here. Speaking of a different song and a different tune, the change, the 180 that Eric Adams has made, big story this week. Want to get your thoughts as a native New Yorker. I mean, he comes out and basically says, yeah, go ahead, cancel me, make my day. I mean, do we have to give Eric Adams some credit here, or is this politics 101 and he's a total fraud?
He's a fraud, okay? He is a total fraud. Do not believe a word that comes out of this guy's mouth. It's long been known. I know a lot of people who worked with him or worked for him with NYPD. It has long been known that the most dangerous place on earth is between Eric Adams and the camera. The guy loves attention. Now, I'm not saying that he's not right what he's saying about the illegal immigration stuff, but he actually campaigned in the summer and fall of 2021 on making New York City and keeping New York City a sanctuary city. So, I mean, I was involved in that race. And here's a tweet from October of 2021, just weeks before he won the New York City mayor's race. Quote, "We should protect our immigrants, period. Yes, New York City will remain a sanctuary city under an Adams administration." Okay? Like, he campaigned on this. He virtue signaled on this. He ran for mayor on this issue. Now the issue, and everyone knew when he posted that, the city can't handle it. The city can't handle it. And he called people racists over this. I mean, this is an issue that he welcomed and embraced. Now he got it, and now he's blaming the federal government. I understand people want to look at it and say, well, look, the left is eating him alive, and that may very well be what's happening. But I will also say this. I know people familiar with the guy. He is corrupt to the core. And I saw a lot of people, it was a trendy thing to say earlier in the week, well, maybe we should give him a pardon. Absolutely not. Absolutely not does this guy deserve a pardon. I'll tell you what, he is corrupt. Whether or not this Turkish government indictment is legitimate or not, I don't know. But if he didn't pay for play in that situation, something else has been happening. A lot of things have been happening in New York City regarding Eric Adams and corruption for years. This guy needs to be held accountable. He does not get to now all of a sudden do this political 180 and be absolved of all of his crimes and corruption and trouble that he caused New York City. Whether or not you agree with the things that he's saying, I agree with the things that he's saying,
Sure.
but I question the sincerity of what and the motives behind why he's saying it. The dude wants a pardon. He wants a get out of jail free card. I hope Donald Trump doesn't give it to him, and I hope he faces the accountability that he deserves to face.
Speaking of New York, as we wrap up, and Sean will be sticking around with us for a good portion of the 9 o'clock hour, Midtown Manhattan, the murder, execution, if you will, of the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, at 50 years old. I mean, it's obviously garnered a ton of headlines these last 3 days or so. And I swear there's more of an infatuation, and I'm speaking specifically with the media, as to who the suspect is, why this occurred, what's the motive. And you compare it to the way Trump's media coverage was after July 13th, or maybe even the attempted assassination in Florida in September at the golf course. And I feel like they're more concerned with, and I'm not trying to downplay it, it's a tragedy, but they're more concerned with a healthcare CEO than a former and now current president of the United States. Do you get that same vibe from the media?
Absolutely. I actually made a post about this yesterday, and I said I find it very interesting that more people are concerned about the United Healthcare CEO and the assassin behind that than they were about Thomas Matthew Crooks or Ryan Wesley Ruth. You know, and I understand that the Thomas Crooks incident, can you believe it, happened almost 5 months ago. I mean, it feels like it happened yesterday, right? Ryan Wesley Ruth, that happened almost 3 months ago at this point, September 15th. But you look at the way the media covered this, and I get it, this guy's at large, those two guys were caught, so there are some differences. But they're like, they won't stop talking about this United Healthcare CEO. And like you said, it's a tragedy. It shouldn't have happened. It was a brazen attack. It was obviously a targeted attack. But if only the folks that were so concerned about United Healthcare CEO and this assassination, if only they were that concerned about, Thomas Matthew Crooks. It's no big deal. It's just a 20-year-old with 4 overseas accounts that are encrypted, and he's talking to people we don't know. Yeah, Ryan Wesley Ruth is almost homeless in Hawaii, but he's putting up $150,000 bounties and, clearly has money to fly in and out of Ukraine and all over the world. It's like we sweep that under the rug, but we're digging deep into what happened with the United Healthcare CEO. I don't know what happened with this Brian Thompson. It was an ugly attack. I know he was under investigation for some sort of insider trading situation. And I don't know. I don't know enough about the situation, but I do find it odd. And I'm a little upset that so many people are concerned with, that case and are not concerned, especially in the media, with, getting to the bottom of why was Donald Trump in a position to actually, take a bullet? Why did two people within 3 months of each other or 4 months of each other, or actually it was 2 months of each other? Why did two people try to take his life? How are they allowed that close? What is their background? Who are they working with? You can't ask those questions. Instead, you hear about the healthcare CEO. So obviously, like you said, a tragedy. And this just goes to show you what's allowed in New York, right? Daniel Penny is being, his character's being assassinated in court. You have Alvin Bragg and Letitia James in New York more concerned with Donald Trump's paperwork crimes, while you have crimes like this and Trende Aragua and all sorts of violent crime happening in New York City. I mean, it just goes to show you what this city has become. It's unfortunate. I grew up and I went to New York City a lot, and it's a shame. It's really sad to see what that city has become. And a lot of people say, oh, the wake-up moment is coming. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if you're a New York City resident, your next mayor is Andrew Cuomo. It is unfortunate, but that's what's coming. That's what's on the horizon. And I don't think New York has learned its lesson yet.
All right. Sean Farish will stick around in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll get his thoughts on the pardons as well as the Hegseth drama and also the big SCOTUS case this week with Tennessee, Sean's current home state. That's all still ahead, 9 o'clock hour, as Sean Farish sticks around. It's a Farish Friday on Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
There is no greater time of year to give back than the holiday season, right? And that's why my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles have partnered with the Salvation Army for the Piazza Toy Drive once again. Visit any of the Pennsylvania or Delaware Piazza Premium showrooms, and that's through December 16th. Do this and donate a new unwrapped toy. Your support will make the holidays a little brighter for a local child. Find that dealership nearest you online. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Thank you. Happy holidays. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, radio listeners, don't miss the Legacy Box Cyber Week sale going on now.
You've heard about Legacy Box all year long, and with our Cyber Week sale, now is the time to take advantage of our best sale of the year. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right. It's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry, our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. It's guaranteed perfection in every single bite. And right now, you can save on unforgettable gifts with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver that perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages featuring gourmet favorites. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide for a limited time at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com. That's omahasteaks.com. And an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. DuckDuckGo has millions of users and thousands of 5-star reviews. Local company making privacy products in our area since 2010. I want to tell you about Privacy Pro, and you're going to get a 30-day free trial at DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Why do you need Privacy Pro? Well, come on, it's so obvious, right? With all the hackers and scammers out there. Privacy Pro is your 3-in-1 privacy solution from the name in privacy, DuckDuckGo. You're going to get the VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. And subscribers get a service that will help restore your identity if it gets stolen. Plus, you get the VPN to secure your Wi-Fi connection wherever you are. And I'm always on the road, so that's huge for me. And personal information removal. I don't want anybody knowing any of my personal details. You get all that for less than $10 a month. It's amazing. You got to have it in this day and age. And you get a 30-day free trial, but only if you go to DuckDuckGo.com/1210. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Sign up today just like I did. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more.
9:05. It is Kayal and Company as we are live on a Friday morning. Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, Greg Stocker. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish with us. Don't forget, you can get us anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. All of the goodies on the way, including our morning mystery movie clip, a big 3 from Dawn, today in music history, and much more, including our Eagles McCausland lock of the week. That's coming up around 9:50 today. You know, Sean, let's go from your old hometown and stomping grounds of New York to the state of Tennessee. We did a big take on Wednesday on this, and this is obviously a big case because it's reached the Supreme Court of the United States, and that's with the Tennessee Attorney General, I think it's Jonathan Skrmetti, and these transgender procedures for minors. Arguments were heard. Ketanji Brown Jackson said a bunch of stuff that made no sense. Your thoughts on what transpired in court just a few days ago?
Well, first of all, the president-elect just texted me. He's listening, and he says he wrote that song by Kansas also, Carry On My Wayward Son.
Very nice.
He wrote it. It's a good It's one of the. It's a great song.
I
He
didn't
said he
realize
wrote.
that.
He said, "I quote: I wrote that song, and then he followed up with, 'Don't you cry no more.'" So that's what it was. No, this case in front of the Supreme Court. You know, it's funny. When we first moved here, my wife and I first moved here. One of the first things we did, we heard from a few activists here in Tennessee. They invited us down to the Capitol for that actual bill for SB1. And we saw a detransitioner by the name of Prisha Mosley testify in favor of this bill, basically saying, when you're making these types of quote unquote treatments available to children, there's irreparable damage that's being done. And then obviously studies since then have been done regarding the suicide rate or the attempted suicide rate of folks pre and post gender affirming care. And it has been proven by a couple of studies that you have an actual 12-fold chance. Your chances go up 12-fold of wanting to commit suicide or having those suicidal thoughts after getting this surgery than if you weren't getting the surgery. So they call it life-saving gender affirming care, but what it's actually doing is it's putting more people in harm's way. And that's kind of one of the sick things about this whole grift, this whole industry, about the reassignment surgery. First of all, if there's more than two genders, why are there only two options for gender reassignment surgery? That's a good question that nobody seems to want to ask. Mm-hmm. Second of all, they call it life-saving gender affirming care, but all it's really doing is creating lifelong clients, right? You got to take these puberty blockers and these hormone blockers and the replacement therapy and then your psychological issues. You're just creating, essentially lifelong customers in this entirely new industry that's billions of dollars. It's a $1 billion industry. But Jonathan Skrmetti and the state Senate, I think it was Leader Jack Johnson here, introduced the bill. We saw it the day it was introduced in committee. We saw it pass committee, and we saw the ACLU testify against it, when it was passing through the state legislature, saying we are going to fight this. And I think it's incredibly telling that you saw the attorney for the ACLU essentially admit that there's no evidence that getting this surgery keeps people from wanting to kill themselves, which is one of the main arguments for having these treatments in place. And I think it's wild when you see some of the audio coming out of the Supreme Court where Ketanji Brown Jackson, who said she doesn't know what a woman is because she's not a biologist, so she can't say it, yet she's hearing this case, which is like strange. And then you have Sotomayor saying, well, all medical issues, all medical treatments have risks, just like taking aspirin. Okay. Oh, I get it.
That is
so if a male decides to, eliminate what makes them male, it's not like if you take aspirin, okay, and you have an adverse reaction. If you find out, you're allergic to amoxicillin, you could stop, right, and kind of reverse what happened. You can't do that when you start chopping things off. Mm-hmm. You can't just, I want it back. Let me go put it back on. Like, that's not the way it works.
Yeah, it didn't come
with
Velcro.
Sotomayor.
Yep.
Yeah, but Sotomayor is like, well, all medical procedures have risks. Taking aspirin. Oh, I'm sorry. When I have a headache and I go take my Excedrin, which is, aspirin, Tylenol, caffeine, I'm not like, well, what kind of irreversible harm am I going to do am I going to regret this in 10 years? Like, no, it's a freaking pill,
Yep.
So the fact that these arguments are coming out of the Supreme Court right now bodes well for Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
First in the nation ban, landmark case. If this bill is upheld by the Supreme Court, it would be a massive, massive win. So we will see what happens.
Want to get your thoughts on what's been playing out with the Hegseth drama. I know we got your thoughts in Trump mode, but want to get your personal view because it feels to me like this is where I think, and we've heard, Hegseth speak with Megyn Kelly and his mom was on television and Hegseth has said he's had conversations with Trump and, you got to be tough as sugar, honey, iced tea, as you would say.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think he's going to survive or is he going to end up getting gates? Because as bad as it was, I think you can make the argument that Bondi might be more qualified. DeSantis lying in the weeds, I think you could argue maybe more qualified, but you don't, because here's the thing. If you give in and you get rid of Hegseth, right, that's 2 for 2 then. And the left and the media and the Democrats, they're going to move right on. Who's next in line? Who's the next in the crosshair? Is it Tulsi Gabbard? They'll never stop unless you draw a line in the sand. And maybe they won't even stop if you do, right?
That's right, and they're already ramping up the attacks against Tulsi. And if they're able to submarine the Hegseth nomination, Tulsi's not getting through. RFK is not going to get through. So we got to hold the line here. Here's something about these DeSantis rumors, and I like him. I think he's a great governor. I spoke to somebody last night familiar with, some of the ongoing things in Palm Beach, and he said there's no way that Ron DeSantis is going to be named Secretary of Defense, and that possibly, Donald Trump and him may not be on good terms still. So I would take those rumors of a DeSantis Secretary of Defense. I think I said Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense rumors, and just treat them as any rumor that you'd see in the media, possibly a planted story by somebody who's trying to pressure Pete Hegseth out of the race and out of this nomination process. I think he's going to get through. I think the pressure that is being mounted right now against somebody like Joni Ernst, who is just disgraceful, by the way. Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing. I people get mad at me for saying this because everyone wants, everybody to vote the way they want. But when you look at some of these like flaky senators, right, like a Susan Collins or a Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins to me is the only senator right now, the only Republican senator that I can look at, right, and say, okay, you know what? She kind of has a point the way she votes because she's a red senator in a blue state. And the job of a senator is to do what? Is to represent your constituents. Her constituents are not, it's not a hardcore conservative state, Maine. Right. But when you look at Alaska, right, there are more polar bears in Alaska than there are Democrats, okay? When you look at Iowa, right, Joni Ernst, like I said, she's living in Ann Seltzer's Iowa. John Cornyn in Texas. Donald Trump won the election by 14 points. Mitch McConnell in Kentucky. Donald Trump won the election by 31 points. So, these people are not representing the will of their constituents. Collins, I could at least see, she could at least claim some political cover by saying, all right, my constituents are, a lot of them are Democrats, so I have to kind of act that way. Fine that she's technically doing her job. But Ernst and Murkowski and the new Romney out in Utah, and some of these other senators, they are ignoring their constituents. They're ignoring the way their voters voted in this past election, and they're not doing their jobs. They don't have the political cover of a Susan Collins, but I think Pete Hegseth's going to survive. I think he's going to survive. I think it's going to be tough. It's going to be grueling. It's going to feel like the Kavanaugh hearings again, but I think he's going to survive. And I think a lot of people and a lot of senators are going to be inspired by his demonstration of never backing down and not backing down and his steadfast commitment to getting this done, that they're going to feel like, they owe it to him. And honestly, how many times are we going to get sidelined by these anonymous source accusations? And why is it every time that there's an anonymous accusation against a Republican, it's treated as the truth? But when stuff comes out against Doug Emhoff or anybody else, they're like, oh no, we're not allowed to talk. It's not, due process. So, spare me this holier than thou nonsense. I think Pete Hegseth is a great choice for this position. Obviously, he wants to purge woke from the military. He's a Bronze Star, two-time Bronze Star recipient. The guy is, according to the left standards, he's gotten, he's highly educated. He went through these Ivy League schools, 2 degrees, right? I think it's Princeton and Harvard. So, the guy's qualified. I want to see him get through. I think he's going to get through.
Well, and to your point with the way the media covers this, I mean, they're sitting there running with anonymous quotes from sources that won't own up and put their name to it. Yet, like you mentioned with the Emhoff situation, we actually had women that came forward and were willing to show and reveal their identity on the allegations of domestic violence, the slap, the misogynistic stuff in the workplace, and it was radio silence from the mainstream media. Hell, they barely even talk about the verified reports of Doug Emhoff impregnating the nanny in his first marriage.
Right. Yeah, and just look at people who fall on the right side versus the left side, right? Like a Trevor Bauer who made pro-Trump tweets in the past. Guy still can't get a job in MLB. There is no case against him anymore. It's over, right? And one of his accusers just got indicted for fraud, right? I mean, look at the punter. What was his name in the NFL? Matt Araiza, right? The punter, was that his name? That guy's career got destroyed. Duke lacrosse. I mean, there are so many of these cases, and this is the problem. Just because you don't like somebody, all right, fine. voice your opinion that you don't like them, but don't make up these scandals, because there is real sexual abuse that goes on. There are really bad people in the world, right, that are doing terrible things to women and to men and to children. But if you start, and this goes for everybody, if you start accusing people, this one's a pedophile and this one's a traitor and this one's a sexual abuser without evidence, all you're doing is you're being the boy who cried wolf. I saw this, and this is like a real life example, but I saw this on Long Island. After Hurricane Irene came through, everyone said it was going to be this terrible hurricane, and then it weakened before it came through, and it wasn't that bad for Long Island, and there was more flooding upstate, and, the weather people, they overblew it. And then Hurricane Sandy was on the prowl, and the weather people were saying it's going to be bad, it's going to be bad. And so many people said, well, you said that a couple of years ago about Irene, and it wasn't that bad. So you're desensitized to what normally would be something you would take seriously. Look at the claims of racism from people like Bubba Wallace and Jussie Smollett and all these fake hate hoax charges, and they dropped the case against Smollett, which is just disgusting. But look at how many people hear the word racism and go, oh yeah, here we go again. That's not what you want. That's a very serious thing. So the fact that every time somebody who the left disagrees with is getting close to a position of prominence, or is about to get a new role, or is running for president, right? Donald Trump, E. Jean Carroll. Look at all the allegations against people like Kavanaugh, Clarence Thomas, right? These aren't all bad people. These are people the left don't like. And so they throw out these very serious allegations that usually amount to nothing, that at the very most are just not credible allegations that you can't prove one way or the other. You're desensitizing people to a very serious issue. If I was a woman who was a victim of sexual abuse, I would be terrified of coming out and talking about it right now, because I would be afraid that so many people would look at me and go, well, how do we know you're not just doing what Christine Blasey Fraud did, or, what E. Jean Carroll's doing, or what the Hegseth accusers, you're making it harder for actual victims of actual serious offenses to come forward, because they're going to be looked at and say, well, why should we believe you when all the rest of the accusers were nonsense? It's really a shame what's going on, but the left has no shame. They are all about power. They're all about winning. And, I admire them for their work ethic, but their tactics are just so dirty. And I understand politics is a dirty game, but the Hegseth thing, the character assassination of Pete Hegseth, an American hero, is he perfect? No. Okay. Has he done some things I'm sure he regrets? I think he's admitted that. Everybody has. Nobody's perfect. But these smears are just disgusting. I feel bad for him, but I think he's going to survive. And I think, again, it's that mentality that's needed at Department of Defense. You look at Warren, right? Pocahontas said there's 29,000 reports of sexual abuse in the military since 2023. Yeah, Liz, who is the Secretary of Defense, and who voted to confirm Lloyd Austin? She's trying to pin that on Pete Hegseth when she's one of the people who put Lloyd Austin in power. I mean, the tone deaf, the level of tone deafness from the left is just insane. So I feel bad for Pete. I'm upset with how they're covering it, but I think he's going to survive. And I think, again, this is going to be another referendum on the reliability of the media and these accusations. I really feel bad for the real victims out there who are going to have a hard time coming forward, because they don't want to be looked at like some of these fraudulent accusers that we've seen over the years.
Let's take a call real quick if we can. Andy's in Glassboro, New Jersey, and he's about to make a really good comparison here with Pete Hegseth. Andy, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Yeah.
Let's just say Pete
I don't hear Andy.
Was a woman abuser, a sex addict,
There we go.
and an alcoholic. But he's no longer any of those. And that can be proven. He has a lot of character witness to prove that. But they're saying, oh, no. You cannot change those character traits. I find it easier to accept that than a man who says, I am a woman. But we must automatically accept the fact that they say they're a woman, so therefore they are a woman.
Right.
We must accept that. But we cannot accept something that would be much easier to accept, a change in behavior.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, Andy. That is pretty amazing that we are forced to say, you know what, a guy who wants to be a girl is a girl, but Pete Hegseth, with his personality flaws and character traits that have led him down the road of, cheating on women or alcohol. And again, this is what I said yesterday and all week, Sean. It's different to me now. And again, the allegation is just an allegation that was against Matt Gaetz with the minor. But if that was true, that would be a crime. It's against the law.
Yeah.
As bad as what Hegseth has done, morally, ethically, it's not criminally wrong to do what he did. You might not just take pride in it if you're, his parent or something like that. There's a big difference here, right?
Absolutely. And I think Andy brings up a great point. So Dr. Levine, right? Richard, Rachel, whatever he, she, they, them goes by now, because that name changes by the day. We have to call that person a woman and take them at their word and let them in the bathroom. But we can't take Pete Hegseth at his word and say, hey, I did some things, or I'm not proud of some of the stuff that happened earlier in my life, but I'm changed. And we're supposed to give people a second chance, right? I mean, that's the whole point here. So learn from your mistakes, grow from your mistakes, and become a better person as a result of it.
Mm-hmm.
So we can, I think Andy brings up, that's a great point. And I didn't think of it. And that's one of the things I'm pretty sure I'm going to be talking about for the next couple of days. So we have to take a male, you look at a Leah Thomas. Okay. So that's a woman, right? Because he says so, but Pete Hegseth is not a changed man because not just that he said so, but you have character witnesses. That's a great point.
It's amazing. Andy. And then you just think about the other officials in office that we assume, allegedly, insider trading, lining their pockets. That's against the law. We've got countless war criminals in office with blood on their hands. The Lindsey Grahams that can't wait to just send over 18-year-olds into harm's way and blow things up and have people killed. And Pete Hegseth can't get a job because he cheated on his wife and maybe he likes to drink too much. I didn't know that that was a disqualifier for office, even though I wouldn't want my daughters marrying Pete Hegseth. I'm not going to sit here and put him to the side or kick him out. If he's the best guy, again, I'll be consistent. If it's about merit and he hasn't done anything to break the law, then merit should dictate he should be the guy. But that's the way I
Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I really, I'm upset with what they're doing to him. But you know what? You see him popping off in front of these cameras and showing up in these clips and saying, I'm not backing down. And I admire that. And I think he's going to win a lot of people over with that attitude. So I wish him the best, and I hope he pulls through, and I hope he survives this. And I think he will.
Ill Skill says on Twitter, so if Pete's past can't change, then Hunter Biden is still a crackhead right now then, right?
That's right. You see, and that's the thing. They don't have standards. They have double standards. If they didn't have double standards, they had no standards at all. So, you hear people change, but apparently Pete Hegseth can't.
All right. Are you able to stick around and have some conversations with the big three on the other side?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I'm here for whatever y'all need. Let's go.
All right, we'll do it on the other side. Come back, get to Dawn's Big Three, and Sean will stick around and give some commentary on some of that. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. This holiday season, it's a great time to give back, and our friends at the Piazza Auto Group are doing just that. Now through December 16th, you have 10 more days. The Piazza dealership, they are collecting new, unwrapped toys in partnership with the Salvation Army. To donate to a child in need, visit your local Piazza showroom and drop off a toy in the donation bin today, and their sales and service team will be happy to assist you with any of your automotive needs during your visit. For info, go to piazzaautogroup.com, and they thank you for your support and wish you a happy holiday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crash Proof Retirement is recording all financial meetings, providing a legally binding guarantee between Crash Proof Retirement and our investing consumers.
Joe Greco, Hatboro, Pennsylvania. Crash Proof Retirement records each meeting. I would feel very uncomfortable sitting with another financial advisor who doesn't do that. Crash Proof Retirement can guarantee you're getting the information that is best for you, not for them.
Susan Eckhart, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Crash Proof Retirement sets themselves apart because they record their meetings with clients. It proves that they're true fiduciaries. It validates the relationship between the client and the educator.
Randy Mogul, Fountainville, Pennsylvania. The honesty factor is there. The fiduciary factor is there. It's legally binding. They are on the forefront of the way the industry should be.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Listen, here's the secret to your holiday savings. Ready? You can get gifts starting at just $3.99. Toys from Disney, Mattel, Barbie, Sonic, Looney Tunes, Fisher-Price, Play-Doh, Nerf, Hot Wheels, and more. You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank. Adidas, Champion, Puma, Reebok, Converse, True Religion, DKNY, and Levi's are all at prices so low, they're basically a gift. The savings are hiding at You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. Like this lady with the clairvoyant canine.
If Mystic Biscuits barks once, you'll find the love of your life. If he barks twice, you'll be bitten by a radioactive shrimp. Okay, next time he can lick you with his healing saliva for a few extra bucks.
At California Psychics, we only connect you with the best. So can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you can get advice that doesn't come from a dog. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Power up the holiday and give a gift from the top of their wish list. Visit your local Steel dealer today or shop online at steelusa.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. $9:30. It is Kayal and Company. Sean Ferrer sticking around for one more segment here as we continue on a Friday. playing the Ron DeSantis mustard drop because CNN reporting that not only will Donald Trump be at this year's Army-Navy game, but Ron DeSantis will be with him. How about that? Wow. DeSantis and Trump together as Army and Navy meet in the big college football rivalry game. I think that is next Saturday. So.
Together, or will they both just be there?
That I don't know. Be great if they're in the same box, though, right? Yeah, Trump's eating a Big Mac. DeSantis is eating a hot dog with
mustard.
Both having a couple of sodas.
He's not tall enough to go in my box.
That's true. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true.
9:31. All right, let's get to what's going on in the world of news that maybe we haven't touched on in the last couple of hours. And for that, we give you Don Stensland with the Big Three at 9:30.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And Big 3 at 9, sponsored this morning by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So as we look at the very latest in the hunt for this gunman who killed United Healthcare's CEO, and we're going into day 3. We've talked a lot about these new details. Investigators now heading to Minnesota, where in fact United Healthcare is based, and where Brian Thompson, the victim here, was, where his home, where he resided. So they're heading to Minnesota, taking part of the investigation there to his inner circle. So as the investigation into the masked gunman, we revealed earlier this morning that they found through all of their investigations the images of the gunman where for a moment he pulled down his mask as he was flirting with a lady as he was at the front desk, I believe, of the hostel where they were staying.
That's the picture we have, right?
Yeah, that's the picture we have.
Phil,
so
can
he's
you...
flirting with a young lady there, so they've now interviewed all of the people who were in the hostel. Some of them, by the way, pretty freaked out because he shared a room with at least 2 other guys.
Yeah, there's a picture right now if you're watching on YouTube.
Sean, any thoughts on the way this has played out and, what you think the motive might be or where this cat might have ended up at?
I don't know. The guy, the bullets had words on them, right? Like defend,
Etchings.
Delay, deny, or something.
Yeah,
it was like those.
Deny, defend, depose, and those are very similar to a book that was written about, 2010 we said?
Yep.
That's that's the book written about greed in the insurance industry.
Well, I think based off of previous standards set by the Democrats, we need to launch a full-fledged investigation into Taylor Lorenz because she came out yesterday and said that it's no wonder why we want these people dead. So, she said that on Blue Sky, which is, it's just, I want to actually, by the way, I want to plan an invasion of Blue Sky turned into Red Sky, right? Red Sky in the morning, right? Red Sky in the morning. Liberals take warning. Right?
It's amazing, Sean.
Red Sky at night. Liberals delay.
I was Blue Sky, the CEO. We played in the cut sheet. These 2 females that started this up. They say, "Yeah, there's no hate here. Nobody's rude.
Nope.
We just all get along."
Hate. Yep. Do you know what the things they call me on Blue Sky? I'm on there. See, I'm on there just to have fun.
Yeah.
And I think there's a couple of just dummies that are on there that I just troll all day sometimes, and it gives good screenshot material and fun stuff. But yeah, I don't know what the deal is. This guy was flirting with someone. It's like, I'm kind of an assassin, right? Like, I'm kind of a big deal.
I just picked off the CEO. You want to get a coffee?
Like, oh my goodness! Imagine that's it's like is that his Tinder photo now? It's like the picture of him with the mask off.
It's on his Bumble
kind of an
app.
assassin now. I'm an assassin.
It's a sin. So we have other updates of the day. In one case, we have reports, and I believe Politico first reported this, that President Joe Biden and his top staffers reportedly discussing whether or not to grant preemptive pardons to those individuals who might face hostility of the incoming Trump administration. So they're concerned about this. I guess some people have denied it, but there are now multiple reports of different journalists saying it's true. The Biden inner circle worried about, especially since Kash Patel is one of the names to head the FBI and so on, so that they're very worried and they want to do preemptive pardons for people like everybody from Adam Schiff, Liz Cheney, Mark Milley. These are some of the names we're hearing.
Fauci as well.
Fauci, thank you.
Bruno made a great point yesterday, saying that why would you pardon somebody if they didn't do anything wrong? But Sean, my take was Trump doesn't have time. He's not going to waste his time with these attempts at revenge and a vendetta. He's already said success is his revenge, and he doesn't have a whole hell of a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, if they pardon him, they're at least admitting that there's something that could be interpreted as wrongdoing after lauding these people as heroes for a while. The only people I would support for, by the way, for preemptive pardons, Dawn, are the ones who stole the tuna, the tuna heist. I think we need to preemptively pardon the tuna thieves because. Have they been caught yet?
No,
right? So they deserve freedom at this point.
You know, so whenever Sean's coming on,
I love this.
I look for the tuna heist update because
I love this.
You just got a duck go tuna every Friday.
I love this recurring theme. It's my favorite.
It was the most ridiculous story in the world. Yeah. How do you do that? Who is sitting scheming in their lair? Like, you know what we're gonna do tomorrow? We're gonna steal tons of tuna fish.
Not a candy store, not a toy store.
What do you do? Not a bank. You know, you could use money. You can go rob a bank and then go buy things. What do you do with all of that tuna?
These fish freaks.
Are you selling tuna on the black market? Oh, sorry, the market of color. We have to be nice here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah.
Well, Wawa closing another store in Center City.
Of course.
Yes, this is the final weekend for the Wawa located at 16th and Randstead Street.
By the way, can I just bring up a point? I don't know if we brought this up on the show because my mind is a million places, but have you guys seen these old Wawas, like the old ones, not the super Wawas, have been replaced by Sparta?
Sparta?
No.
What is Sparta?
Sparta is like
Spartacus?
Is like a Bobo. Is like a Bobo Wawa.
Oh, jeez.
I got very well with Sparta. I got very well with Leonidas, right? The 300 Spartans, great people.
All those old
fighting the shade.
All those old Wawas that used to be, just Wawas have been closed down and have
with
been,
the old logo.
Yes, and have been replaced by those super Wawas with the gas stations and everything like that. And they're using those old footprints to put in these Spartas, which is basically Wawa without being Wawa. It's odd. There's a ton of them everywhere.
I've seen some Royal Farms that have popped up in old Wawa spots.
Yep.
Yeah, they're all. I don't know. I think Wawa kind of had the market cornered, and these are all people that are late to the party.
Agreed. Sorry, Dawn. I didn't mean to.
Well, this is the 9th closure of a Philadelphia location in less than 4 years. Think about 4 years, what's been going on. In July, there was that Wawa, speaking of the older ones, in Port Richmond, had been there for 45 years. That one was shut down, but all the other 8 stores in Center City. And remember that 2 years ago, Wawa officials were asked about this. They blamed crime and homelessness. They faced political pushback from Mayor Kenny and others. So they've been quiet about this, but this is the 9th store to close. So as of Monday morning, it is no longer here.
Wow. Has Sherelle Parker issued a statement on this great accomplishment on her resume?
But by the way, Sean, you stayed in our lovely city about a month ago in Center City. What did I never asked you? What did you think of our lovely city?
It's a city, right? I mean, it wasn't so bad. It wasn't so bad. I've seen New York City.
Yeah, sure.
I've seen Philadelphia. It wasn't a bad spot. The building you guys are in is just immaculate.
Yeah.
I built it with my own 2 hands. I built that beautiful building. The only thing I would change is, gold toilet seats. We'll see what happens. But no, Philly's not too bad. It's not too, but it's also, here's the biggest problem with Philly, right? Number one, my biggest gripe is the Liberty Bell. You cracked it. I'm never going to let you live that down. If the Bell was in New York, that wouldn't have happened.
Nope.
That's number one.
True.
Number two, hogies. It's not what they're called.
Hoagies.
Maybe they're called subs. But I will say this: that Philly cheesesteak that I had the morning of that mock debate was delicious.
Yeah, delicious.
Sean still hasn't finished it, by the way. He's got 2 more bites left.
Let alone finish. I still haven't eaten since I ate that thing.
That
2
is
months almost.
That's why Sean's $1.30. You know what I mean?
Right?
Like, he had like 3 bites of it. He's like, I'm going to save the rest of this for later. You know what I mean? Because he's watching.
And by the way, don't let Sean fool you. He texted me off the air about his thoughts on Philadelphia. He said, "Dude, you really left Nashville for that hellhole."
Well, mean, you're
It's a
going to
sin.
leave it. Listen, got a great opportunity to work on one of the best radio station in the country. I get it.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness,
It's
Philadelphia.
the only thing that could bring me back.
Sean, we'll be bringing you back into town in 2025. So speak nicely of our beloved city.
That's right. Or wear
when
a
I
vest
come
when you
back,
come back.
no one's going to know. We don't need to have any hits I put out. I don't need to be like the United CEO. We also, by the way, you said 2025. If you think Project 2025 is bad, wait till you see Project 2026. It's going to be beautiful. I can tell you that.
Project
It's going to be beautiful. And we have, by the way, the first of this year's editions of Trump Christmas Carols comes out on Monday. So
What?
We got it.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
You know, are you
I'll
able
tease
to
it. We'll tease it.
Yeah, can
better
you
watch
tease us?
out.
Can you
better,
give us?
You better watch. You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you what. 47's coming to town, and the rest is you'll have to wait for Monday. It's gonna be tremendous. We're gonna have it. It's a song. I will tell you this. It's a song about potentially about the bad hombres. So we're gonna have a good time.
Nice.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Love it.
Oh yeah.
Very good.
47's coming to town. Let's make it happen.
All right.
Well, on the first day of Christmas, my true love came to me with Joseph Anthony Retreat Sponsor.
Wow, look at that. Nice. See, I see what you did there. Nice.
The secrets of finishing your holiday shopping, 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online. JosephAnthony.com, where gift cards are available. JosephAnthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
Don Lemon, your thoughts on Dawn singing?
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
Coal for him. Coal and ashes.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Sean, great stuff, buddy. Have a
Yeah.
great weekend. We'll talk next week.
Thank you, Sean.
Hey, thanks, guys.
You got it. There he is. Sean Farish live from Nashville as he joins us each and every week. We'll come back and we'll get to Today in Music History, as well as our Eagles McCausland Lock of the Week and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But right now, what's on tap for you is Duck, Duck, Go. That's right, because 7 days was nice, but how about 30 days? A 30-day free trial. That's new, and that is available for you right now. If you go to duckduckgo.com/1210, yes, we're still talking about the 3-in-1 subscription-based service, which does include the VPN and identity theft restoration, but also the personal information removal. Now, I activated mine about 4 or 5 weeks ago, but once I activated it, I was amazed at how you can actually track all of the sites that are tracking your information, and as all of that information gets removed. For me, when I did a search, I realized my information was out there in 52 different locations. But after 2 days, a third of that wiped clean, and they can do that for you as well. That's why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210. That's duckduckgo.com/1210. Free 30-day trial.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now, how much I love the work they've done in my home to make my home more beautiful, energy efficient. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman family team. Right now, they're running this wonderful holiday promotion, so you got to do this. From now until December 31st, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is offering 20% off James Hardy siding, and here's the plus here, any doors or windows purchased as part of your project, 20% off. Have you seen James Hardy? It's beautiful. Fiber cement siding. It's not going to burn. They're engineered to protect against damage from things like fire, water, extreme weather, pests, and of course, time. You want to take advantage of this fantastic promotion before it's too late. Whether you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, hardware, all the choices of hardware, just give Chapman Windows a call. You can text them as well. They're local. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898. That's 610-431-8898. You can check them out online. I love to look at ChapmanWindowsDoors.com and see the before and the after photos, and you can check out the James Hardy siding choices. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com to get your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility in minutes. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I'd gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now with your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility for coverage in minutes at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Listen, here's the secret to your holiday savings. Ready? You can get gifts starting at just $3.99. Toys from Disney, Mattel, Barbie, Sonic, Looney Tunes, Fisher-Price, Play-Doh, Nerf, Hot Wheels, and more. You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank. Adidas, Champion, Puma, Reebok, Converse, True Religion, DKNY, and Levi's are all at prices so low, they're basically a gift. The savings are hiding at You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:50 on this Friday morning. Our Eagles McCausland locks coming up, as well as what is on tap for the Dawn Show. But right now, Phil Almquist with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, December 6th, we celebrate the birthdays of David Lovering from the Pixies, who's 63, and Peter Buck from REM, who's now 68. Heavenly birthday shout out to Randy Rhoads and Kim Simmons from Savoy Brown. We also lost Dobie Gray on this day in 2011 and Roy Orbison in 88. Singles include All Apologies by Nirvana in 93. Carry On Wayward Son done by Donald J. Trump by Kansas in 77. And Day Tripper by the Beatles in 68. Albums include Baker's Banquet by the Stones in 68. Running on Empty by Jackson Brown in 77.
Great.
Stormbringer by Deep Purple in 77.
Amazing.
And 16 Stone by Bush in 94.
Fantastic.
Also in 70, the Stones documentary Give Me Shelter featured the infamous Altamont concert, which also happened on this day in 69. It opened in New York City. In 2004, Motley Crue announced their very first farewell tour. I think they're on about their fourth right now. In 69, Led Zeppelin is atop the UK chart. Same with Europe in 88. And in 75, Paul Simon is atop the US chart with Still Crazy after all these years. But lastly, on this day in 2012, Metallica ending their streaming holdout, allowing their music to be on Spotify for the very first time. And actually, speaking of Spotify and all those streaming services, something that really pisses me off is that Spotify and the like pay artists a measly, get this, 0.005 cents per download.
Oh, boy.
So for a Metallica that has actually had 25.6 million streams in 2024, how much do they actually make? $128,000. That's it for streaming. This, maybe if Elon, once he finishes with the government, he can actually take this on. And then, since we're going to make our lock of the week, maybe he could actually help pick the new GM of the Jets and their head coach, too, because, they're a disaster as well. So, for Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lundquist. I got a big take for Monday.
Now it's turning into commentary.
Unbelievable.
I love it.
I love it. We'll just hand over the last 10 minutes to Phil. Let him work on whatever pisses him off. All right, let's get to our McCausland locks of the week. Yes, Eagles, Panthers, McCausland lock and alarm, where business owners, they count on McCausland lock and alarm to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and under Tom McCausland's wealth of experience, McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future. I think the Eagles will secure another win, but they do not secure a cover. They are a 13-point favorite.
13.5.
13.5.
Yeah, with FanDuel.
Coming off of the Baltimore game with Pittsburgh looming next week, and you get the lowly Carolina Panthers. They're not interested, but they're still too good. They win, but no cover. Eagles 26, Carolina 19.
Wow.
Dawn?
I say Week 14, Eagles hosting Carolina Panthers, 1 p.m. Sunday. First of all, Eagles tailgating fans are the biggest winner with a forecast mild in the 50s. Going to be a lovely day. I say 29-20, and executive producer of the Dawn Show, Dan Borowski, 28-23. So I got a double for you.
Okay, nice.
All right,
So
but no covers.
No cover there.
No covers.
I will actually say that they do cover. I'm going to go Eagles 37, Panthers 22.
Okay, Philip?
I am actually going to say they cover, but go a little lower than Greg. So Eagles 31, Panthers 17.
Okay, there you have it.
Wow.
McCausland lock of the week.
Thank you. Which one will be the lock?
Well, this pretty much means Carolina wins the game outright.
By the way, can
we
I
jinxed them?
Can we before we get to what's on the what's coming up on the Dawn Show? Can I play this real fast? This is from our buddy Newman Price, who asked who you requested this.
Yep.
So he delivered.
The American people have voted for drastic reform of the government. Yeah, $2 billion isn't a big number, but $2 trillion is.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before.
Yeah, 2 billion isn't a big number, but 2 trillion is. We want to be very clear about the scale. We're not thinking small, we're playing big here. We have a once-in-a-generation mandate right now.
Your money is being wasted. The Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that. We're going to get the government off your back.
That's Sean, by the way, saying Doge. There you go.
All right,
I love it.
10 o'clock is fast.
Jump on me. Go
approaching.
for it.
Yeah,
That's what we do here.
Yeah, that's right, Dawn. Go for it. We're going to jump all over it.
Woo! We're going to have Sean Parnell, by the way, in the 11 o'clock hour. He is awesome, so we'll talk to him all things Trump, get his take on, which, by the way, local lawmakers chiming in about these alleged potential pardons. Who else is on the list? And as well, yesterday's the investigation into the assassination attempts, all of that. So Sean Parnell coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. 10 o'clock, we'll focus on national and local. We'll give you that mix. We're on Verdict Watch for the Daniel Penny case. We are also watching for the suspect. Will he be captured during which show today? We should have another McCausland Lock bet on that one. This guy, they know who he is, right? They know who they're looking for, so it's only a matter of time. TikTok. Yesterday, Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith, by the way, predicted they won't find him alive.
I agree with that, by the way.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
agree with that. I think he's already dead, actually.
But we have so much coming up, so stay right there. Buckle in, a lot breaking.
All right, Sean Parnell, not to be confused with Bobby Parnell, who was an unfunny cast member on Saturday Night Live in the late 90s. So there you go. And by the way, too, Kristen Welker interviewing Donald Trump today.
Yes.
That'll air on Sunday.
So that'll be on the cut sheet Monday morning.
Yes, and if
7:45.
If this United
Or 8,
Healthcare guy
probably
doesn't
8.
get captured, or if we don't have a penny verdict, you can take it to the bank that Trump with Welker will be the big take on Monday. So that's all about focusing on the content that I have to do at 6:15. That's all I care about. All right, everybody have a great...
And then I have to deal with later.
Yeah, that's right. You have to deal with the Jets, so you have to get your own issues.
That's right.
All right, stay tuned. The Dawn Show, it is coming up next. Everybody have a great Friday and a great weekend. We'll see you Monday at 6.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-9595. 800-885-9595. Again, that's 800-885-9595.
Do you have a property that you no longer